Very.
But then it's like understand.
Yeah.
It's so good morning.
Good morning. I was listening to this woman talking last night about her recovery from chronic illness, and Qigong was a huge part of her recovery. It just made me want to study it.
We have all like our teaching club collect stories of participants.
Yeah.
And we have so many stories. Of
Wow.
people who are like, I'm going to one guy. What's the problem? This one young guy. I have IBS. No, Crohn's disease. Yes. He had Crohn's disease.
Wait.
And he was taking prednisone for it, and it like destroyed his hips.
Yeah.
And he was like, I just needed a really soft exercise to like get me back moving. So I tried to like, geez, oh what? Yeah, it helped my balance. It helped my
Same thing, and pull these two back.
Yeah. That's kind of what this woman was saying, was that her approach, she's a medical doctor. It's actually really interesting. She's a medical doctor, and she was talking about using the philosophy or what she had gained, the knowledge that she had gained to actually begin to look at her body and herself and her condition in a much more fluid, flowing way. And I think that might be the last part of my personal chronic illness puzzle. And people have been telling me this, therapists have been telling me this for a while.
to be more holistic with age.
Yeah, more holistic than age, more less attached to my past body and more in tune and okay with the body that I have now, and not being like, I just want to be my old self. I just want to be my old self. That's my whole, like, I'm sick of this. I want to be my old self. And people that I trust are saying, relax into it. This is who I am. This is where I am. And
That's really hard.
it's really hard.
When you have an image of yourself, like, and that was who you were for so long.
Yes, exactly.
Normally when you get sick, that's the whole thing. Okay, if I get
I'm sick and I'm better. Yeah.
I oh, I'm not sure myself again.
Yeah.
It's something that's
Yeah.
but it doesn't always work out that way.
And she was actually talking about, not only was she not back to her old self, but she started to consider her flares learning experiences.
Yeah.
And I was just like, yeah, 100%.
Well,
They got to be good for something.
our teacher, one of our teachers, like one of our senior teachers, we went to a workshop, and there was a woman there who had been in an accident and in a wheelchair for like 1 year or something. And the doctor said that she never walked.
Yeah.
And this was a week long. So you're doing Tai Chi every day for like 6 to 8 hours a day.
Wow.
So it's not just like,
Oh, I think you
it's
told
not
us
just
about
like, it's not
this.
like, I mean, this is really valuable, but like you're practicing every day, and maybe one of those little parts of the day is like talking,
Yes.
but most of it is like we're practicing lots of breaks.
Yeah.
But like lots of practice, and by the end of the week, he was working with her and she was like walking
Wow.
out of her chair, beaming smile, and
I
he's like,
bet.
you know what? This woman, she, look at how fast the progress she made is. If she hadn't had such a serious medical condition, she would never have improved this.
Interesting.
Like, the people who have the blockages are the people who are able to connect it more quickly.
Yeah.
Because they have some, it's like pushing on something.
Yes.
Because you have something to work against.
Yes.
Right?
And you really notice it.
Yeah.
For the
Yeah.
most part.
It creates awareness. Yeah.
Right.
Because like I don't feel anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, like this is what there's nothing here.
Yeah.
You're healthy. There's
Yeah. Well, that's what I noticed with Eric. Like what he thinks is he had cancer and now he's better. But actually he just didn't feel anything up to that. He still actually has cancer. He still has a body that is okay for cancer to be in. He does not get that. He's like, I had it, I'm better, I got an operation, I'm better, that's it. And that's the statement of someone who is not really in their body. Who's not in the flow. Oh yeah, and denial, 100%. Denial is like such a huge part of it. Exactly. And also very valuable. Like I actually get denial and I wish that I had more denial. I wish I had some of his denial. It's a tool. It's a tool for survival. It's a trauma response, right? It's a valuable thing. We can't feel everything. Some things have to be filtered out. There's Pixie.
I hope so. Okay, I'm using this now.
Okay. Oh, is this for power? There's one behind me. There's a power thing behind me.
Yeah.
So now I just need to go on my phone and see if I like how I'll just put my phone and log on.
Okay. Okay. Good idea. And then I'll play the video.
Today, we'll be building a tensegrity called an icosahedron. The structure is made up of 6 straws and 6 rubber bands. The structure is very symmetric and it's very easy to make. You will need tape, an X-Acto knife, 6 rubber bands, and 6 paper straws. To start out, you need to cut 1.5 centimeters into the straw from both sides. Be careful when you're doing this. And after you're done cutting the slit, you want to wrap a rubber band right into the slits so that you have something like this. To make the tensegrity, you want to put the rubber band into the slit like this. You want to put another straw on the other side of this rubber band. The next step, you want to put tape on both of these ends to make sure that it doesn't pop off. Then you want to put another straw on this side over here.
You have a video? Okay.
But can you kill the video so I can see?
Yeah. Okay, that's off now.
I just clicked on the bottom thing. I don't know my mom is. Oh. Right.
Can you see Elizabeth? Can you see me on the? No, I'm asking Elizabeth if she can see me.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
can
you
you
sit
see
is
enough?
perfect.
Okay. And I can bring this a little closer too. That help?
Right, right. So
she plays. Oh, nice. Like, that's what. Nice to come to. Don't call him. My dad is like, he gets up way earlier than she does, but then he
Okay. Do you know, we went through this before, do you know where your audio settings are on your Mac? Can you find them, just so we can make sure that it's using the little USB interface thing? That's all we need to do.
For Zoom or for that whole computer?
For the whole computer. Yeah.
They're here. I think it's here. Oh, my God.
It'll say like USB something. It's in system preferences. And then audio. Yeah, it's not recognizing it. Using, okay.
Well, I think that they were able to hear me, and I can also use I can use my AirPods.
Well, we can hear, yeah, I could hear, like I could hear, I just wanted to make sure they
You
can
can
hear
hear the
them.
video, yeah.
Oh, yeah, the video, that's transmitted
Yeah,
through the
it's like
computer, so
computer
it's
sound,
totally
yeah.
different, yeah. But, input, output, and that's, I know that was loud. Microphone. I just don't know because this is supposed to go in, the microphone's supposed to go through that, so. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Well, I can use the headphones for my AirPods for practice, and then we can do that again.
Yeah, I think you should be
Great.
fine.
Yeah.
I think you should be fine.
Hi, Frank. Hi, Audra. Hi, Maya. Nick's a little bit late, so he's about 3 minutes behind, so we'll wait for him.
Oh, nice.
I guess, Nikki, I might as well ask you a question then that I had because I was looking up some poses last night.
Yep.
And okay, so that like this one lady put a blanket rolled up under her back and laid down on it.
The Tensegrity Repair Series?
I don't know. I don't know if it was for a repair series or just her own thing. But I'm just wondering because I kind of wanted to do like a knee to chest thing. Can I have the blanket rolled up?
I mean, you mean any
knees to chest, or should I remove the blanket first?
you can do whatever you want. So you mean you're going to instruct students to do that?
Yeah, like I wanted to do knees to chest, so I just wanted to know if I should remove the rolled up blanket that's under my back first.
You can talk about it when you're doing it. I mean, sometimes some people
Or maybe
don't-
leave it as an option.
Yeah, definitely leave it as an option. Some people don't like that, but it's
Yeah.
an opportunity for them to feel into their own bodies. So it's not a bad thing. Like I'll sometimes say, even with the bolster there, sometimes I'll say like, this is an opportunity to try this. Pull your knees in, see how it feels. Many people don't like it. Close your eyes, take a breath.
Well, I think that's what came to mind was that it might feel weird.
Yeah, it might feel weird, but it might just feel weird, and then it might be an okay weird.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything like that is perfect.
Awesome.
Okay, good question. So I'm gonna mute you two. Oh, you're already muted. How's the volume for Frank and Audra Lee? I'm just talking to online people. Is it okay? Yeah, Frank's.
I think it's good now. Yeah.
Okay, because I can put my AirPods in if you want more volume, but
I think like yesterday at the very end, like when you did the little practice,
yeah,
it was really hard to hear.
hard to hear. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
echoey in here.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna put. Yeah, let's see if this helps. Okay, good morning, everyone. Get connected. Can you still hear me, Frank and Audrey? Is it more clear? Make a difference? Doesn't matter.
I don't know. It sounds good right now. I'm not really
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Okay. It's also quiet because no one's talking, but all right, cool. Come to seated, please. And as you come to seated, settle in and find your shoulders over your hips. I'm sorry, I'm bringing you to seated. I'm going to give you the option of lying down again in a second, but I'd like you to take these first few minutes to be seated. Take your time getting there. Like, you don't need to rush. I know you're unpacking, Nick. It's totally fine. Just take your time. And observe if you have just unpacked. Just observe that transitional energy. What's outside the room? What's inside the room? Let your mind and your awareness be outside the space, in the area of the city, the rain. And then pull it a little closer into this space, or your space, the four walls, the six walls, really. Your connection to earth. And then begin to sense the outside world as it connects to you. So the edges of you, the boundaries of you, your skin, your hair, the temperature of the air outside of you, the feel of the mat underneath you. Even the feeling of your hands, perhaps on your knees or wherever they are. We're pulling in part of that amoeba-like motion. We're finding our inner amoeba. Become aware of your breath now. So we have an appreciation for the boundary of our skin, the layer of fascia that is our skin. And using your breath, see if you can begin to dig a little deeper into your amoeba center. It's a soft process, eyes are closed. Remember that fascial theory of the bag theory that we talked about yesterday, the series of bags. That can be a helpful metaphor here as you transition from outside skin through the layers, the superficial fascia, adipose tissue. That's your body stocking, superficial fascia, and then your deep fascia. So what surrounds the muscles, the saran wrap layer. And then using your breath to go even deeper, perhaps sensing meningeal fascia, fascia of touch, fascia of the nervous system. And can you even get to your visceral fascia, bag of fascia that surrounds each organ with its own function. You can see that this definition of fascia is a little bit of a reversion to the body as a collection of parts. But it's quite a uniquely biologic. You don't find any machines really that are a series of bags. Turn your attention to your breath now, this most intimate act. The act of bringing the outside world into the inside world of you. And the final bag that we talked about yesterday, the final fascial bag that we talked about was the bag around the cell. And your breath, as the bridge to so many things in the body, is the bridge to each cell. Air comes in, swirls past the back of your throat, down your throat, branches to both sides, out into ever smaller tubes. And then finally into our circulatory system, into every cell of your body. How much of that can you feel? If your interoception of that stops at the throat, that's fine. But most people will feel the breath in the chest, and most of us can feel the breath even further than that. At this point, if you like, you can come to lying down, if that's a better energy for you this morning. If you need to shift and wiggle and move, do so now. If you'd like to change the cross of your legs, this is the time. And notice again the transition energy as you might be moving, changing shape. Wherever you are right now, please see if you can find your deep front line. So just a reminder that your deep front line goes from one big toe up the inside of your leg, up through the deep abdominal muscles, and then perhaps even higher. So there's discussion of, does it attach the base of the sternum where we put our fingers for swinging gate pose, or does it continue up to the roof of your mouth? Does it go over your head like a hood and meet at your Ajna chakra? See which of those things might resonate for you, might feel like that in your body. It's hard to find this front line, the deep front line, when you're sitting down. See what you can do. At the very least, as Nick mentioned yesterday, the deep front line is where the chakras are located, the energy centers of our body, or what we think of this model that we use to access the energy centers. So somewhere between the superficial front line and your spine, find the channels of your body. And we'll work with the breath now, whether we're lying down or sitting up, it doesn't matter. We'll work with the breath through the chakras. If you would prefer to think about it as up and down the deep front line, that's completely possible too, or up and down your spine is also useful. So please pull your breath all the way down to your pelvic floor, Muladhara chakra. Can you find appropriate tone there? If you're sitting up, there'll be a little more. Energy center of connection to the earth. Feel your mat. Feel the coolness, feel the solidity. I sometimes like to imagine it's a bit like an elevator going down and up my spine. So pull your breath into Svadhisthana chakra right now. It's the belly button or navel chakra. The chakra of the fluid pelvis. I heard someone say yesterday, why do we think we're solid when we're mostly fluid? And that works so well with biotensegrity. Svadhisthana chakra. Your wide, stable pelvis, watery. Pull your breath now to my favorite chakra, Manipura, just above the belly button. Really more or less where the deep front line may intersect with the base of your ribs, base of the sternum. Notice if you can, this elevator-like quality of your breath reaching. Manipura, chakra of tenacity, stick-to-itiveness, solidity. Moving up, and now it gets a little easier, I think, to feel Anahata, heart chakra. Notice your physical heart. We'll talk a little bit more about the heart today, the shape of your heart. Notice its position relative to your physical lungs. Can you sense and feel your diaphragm? A large kind of umbrella-like structure just under, stuck to, in fact, your lungs. Taking your physical heart on a journey with each breath. And now allow your breath elevator to linger in Vishuddha, throat chakra. Swallow if it helps. Do you feel tightness and tension here? I think lots of us do, especially when we're teaching or talking. Can you soften, melt? Most challenging of all of the energy centers for me so far, Vishuddha chakra. Being heard, finding voice. We're going to talk about 2 extra energy centers today. Not sure if I remember their names, but I can tell you where they are. On the roof of your mouth, I think it's called talu. You can press your tongue there. Perhaps that's where your deep front line ends up. And talu chakra serves as a bridge to ajna chakra, third eye. See if you can feel your breath there. Zigzagging backwards now to the pineal gland. I think this is called moksha chakra, or it's the chakra that has to do with moksha energy. It's the deep brain chakra. And then from there, we bloom upward and outward into Sushumna, Suri Sahasrara, crown chakra. And today, you can, if you like, play with that chakra. Where is it for you? Is it on the top of your scalp? Is it your hair? Is it out and up and kind of mushrooming out in connection with others, with the planet, with the universe? When we do a loving kindness meditation, this is the chakra that we inhabit. And we start with ourselves and we move outward to the whole world. And now begin to pull gently back. So we're going to go back into our amoeba cell. So let your breath come down. Gather in the energy, the outside energy, the thinking energy, the speaking energy. the heart energy, the gut energy, and find the ground energy. Your relationship with gravity, your relationship with the earth that produces the gravity. Perhaps feeling this elevator breath. As it swings and moves and bounces and glides through. The biotensegric being that you are. We are both closed, self-sufficient organisms and connected, interdependent beings. Release any intentional guiding of your breath and rest here in the intelligent web of you. If you're already on your back, you can stay there. If you're not, begin to transition slowly. Make sure that your wooden dowel is nearby. Take any soft movements that you like here. Moving legs and arms, slowly waking up, pendiculating. Keep your eyes closed and your face soft and heavy. Breathe into the full you and just see if you can find any echoes of the work that we've done over the past 2 days. Where do you feel it? I think I feel the sitting a little more. I think I feel the psoas more than anything really. But investigate into your own body as you pendiculate and move. What can you find? Can you find anything in the little corners of you? You can take a yoga shape now if you like. If there's something that is calling you. Deepen your breath a little. And finally, when you're ready, please pick up your dowel and just place the end of it so you can have one end. I've never done this before, full disclosure. I don't know if it'll work, but keep the end of it in one hand and place the other end between your knees. So you're using your dowel as a little bit of a deep front line magic wand here. Squeeze in with your knees. And you may notice the sort of bony structural feeling of your dowel, the wood. But you may also light up your deep front line. You may feel at least the inner thigh part. Just play with that, squeeze a couple of times, noticing, and then just move your dowel out to the side and then practice squeezing your legs together. And play with your tongue. Tongue on the roof of your mouth. How high can you feel this? Bring your fingertips underneath your diaphragm as we did yesterday. And just palpate here. This is the definitive top of the deep front line. So everybody can feel it up to here with some work. So wrap your fingers under your ribs. Feel your diaphragm, your liver, your lungs, that's all there under your fingertips. Stomach on the other side. Gallbladder, pancreas, all there. Manipura chakra. Yes, yawning is very appropriate. Bring the soles of your feet to the floor. Keep your hands exactly there. Extend your right leg long. Baby your foot if that feels doable at this point. Round your low back a little bit and find into your deep front line here. This is called beaming heel. So how can we breathe and still feel into the deep front line is a question. We like to belly breathe as people who practice yoga, so see how that works. Your ribs can still move, your belly can still move, and that appropriate tone, that deep tone can still be there. Beam your right heel, hover your right leg slightly off the floor. Lie and rest in the hammock of your fascial net. This can be effortless. And then change feet. So beam your left heel. Right sole of your right foot goes to the floor. Beam your left heel out. Baby your foot, if that's good. Play a little bit with the deep front line here, the echoes of it in your body, Manipura chakra 2, and your breath. It's as if your leg is lying in a sling, kind of like a traction machine at a hospital, but a nice one. And that sling originates in the deep front line, originates in the belly. Find your left psoas and see if you can release it. Find your pelvic floor, see if you can soften that. And then switch feet. And you might want to take a little bit of a windshield wiper in the middle of that before we move on. So that was beaming heels, and now we'll practice the swinging gait. So beam your right heel and then gently lift it towards the ceiling and down. So now we're still in the hammock. and there's still this sense of effortless moving and moving from the deep front line. So the movement is initiated from the belly. Notice your psoas again, even in movement. Can you not use your psoas here? Psoas, also known as hip flexors. Move as slowly or as quickly as works for you. So if you move too quickly, you might lose that sense of your deep front line. One of the ways that you know that you might be moving too quickly is you'll lose your left toes on the mat. They might lift up or push to the side. So a couple more breaths here. And then switch legs. Beam your left heel. Baby your left foot. If you forgot to put your toe spreaders on like me, you can take this moment to do that, or not if you hate toe spreaders with every fiber of your being, that's cool too. Deepen your breath. What is the best speed for you to investigate? Do you need another hand position? Would it be better for you to put your hands on your belly or spread your palms on the floor beside your hips? Take a few more pulses or lifts. And then replace both heels to the mat, hip width apart, windshield wiper, boats on the ocean. Notice any pulling or tugging as you boats on the ocean. Your fascial web, how far up can you feel it? And let's take a little sacral smile here. So come into this shape that they call the seed pod. So nice and small, knees into your chest, baby feet, hands maybe on your shins at first. Just take this seed pod shape, rock from side to side. Notice this is the kind of conventional yoga back massage movement. And then we'll move into a sacral smile. So release your knees. Your hands can be on the floor or spidered, and making this sacral smile. So big toes are pushed together. Knees are also pushed together, which helps with the deep front line awareness. And you make the shape of a smile with your knees. So pull your knees to your left shoulder, and then make a smile with your sacrum and your knees. And then pull your knees up to your right. And this can be pretty slow and exaggerated right now. And you can see that this is a deep front line awareness exercise. So the knees are together and the belly is really making this movement. If you'd like to go, if you feel that, if you feel your deep front line and you feel like you have the fascial control, the nervous system control, to go a little faster and still maintain connection to your center, your deep front line, you can go a little faster. But this is really traditionally done as very slow exploratory work. So there's no rush. I really took to heart what Nick said yesterday, that I go too fast with the dowel. And I really think that that's something pedagogically that we do. And I know that I'm even more guilty of this than most, but I think as yoga teachers, we want to like impart everything that we know. So we try and get everything in. So I'll really make an effort today to slow down. There's no rush. We have the whole day. It's all learning. Take a few more breaths. Sacral smile. And then place your feet on the floor. And roll over to one side. So we'll do a few extra exercises this morning. You can lie your head on your arm. I won't because of my microphone. And place your top leg in front and your foot on the mat. So your top leg is bent and the sole of that foot is on the mat, just in front of the thigh of your bottom leg. So it's a kind of a Jane Fonda exercise. So oh, yeah. Okay, so bend bend your lower leg as well and baby your foot. And then access the deep front line and gently lift your bottom leg towards the sky, ceiling. So this is, generally speaking, an adductor move in the Jane Fonda world. But we are doing it more from the perspective of the deep front line. Can you do this from your belly and with an awareness of the fascial web? So nice and slow, it's just a small movement. And then give your body a little bit of a bend. So hinge at the hips, right? And stick your leg a little bit out in front of you. Your top leg comes behind your front leg. And this is going to be easier. The bottom leg is also still bent and still in a baby foot. And we're just going to lean back a little bit and move the top leg or the bottom leg with a little more freedom. Same movement, but your top leg is behind your back leg now and it's a little more free. Can be slow or fast again. And when you tire, because those are little muscles that are helping out there, especially if you're not really getting it with your belly, you can get tired pretty quickly here. Take a rest. Turn back onto your back. Windshield wiper. Seed pod, so pull your knees in. Take your dowel between your palms. Extend your legs out a little bit more, almost to like a tabletop position. Hold your dowel between your palms, just in front of your chest. And sacral smile. If you'd like to take your head movements with this or your eye movements, they can go with the legs. So you can either move your head side to side or just your eyes. That's a kind of a flourish. And these eye movements are principally are one of the real ways that the Tensegrity series begins to intersect with really impacting the nervous system. Last few. And then gently roll to your other side. And back to Jane Fonda, 1 foot on the floor. I think it's most comfortable to have your head on your upper arm, but make sure you get a little bend in your bottom leg as you gently lift it and return it to the floor. So contrasting these two moves, this one is a little more, I don't know, a little more difficult, maybe a little harder to get into the belly. Fascial web is a little more extended. And when you've had enough of that, place the top foot behind your front foot. Give yourself this little hinging at the hips. Really bend your bottom knee and just begin to move it freely up and down your whole leg from your belly. And this is where your hip flexors will really want to kick in, and they will, they have to. Let's see if you can initiate the movement from your deep front line. And there will definitely be popping and cracking, and just listen to it. Like we said yesterday, it's the music of the body. And when you've had enough of that, turn again onto your back. Find your dowel. And let's do a little bit of calf release here. So if you need to come up to seated to do this, do it. But if you can do it lying down, feels really good. Bend your knees. And you'll notice that in this position that there's going to be some things that are tighter. Like I can't actually soften the backs of my knees in this position, but I can soften my calves. And remember, you can do the side of them as well. Okay, loop. You keep going if you want, but otherwise we're going to take a little stretch. So loop your dowel underneath your bubbling springs, holding on to both sides of it. And this might be your whole stretch. If you can't get here, then forget the dowel and just hold on to your leg for now, just your calf. And we're going to move towards a leg stretch. So straightening your leg. One leg is bent on the mat. The leg that's up, that has the dowel under your foot, is beginning to straighten and lengthen. But both legs are still bent. And just take your breath. Really emphasize your exhale. Notice your little monkey foot, gorilla foot over top of the dowel. If you are not getting the dowel over your foot, the dowel can at this point be behind your calf, and you can be pulling on it, pulling your leg towards your chest. You can try both. Stay there or move to the other leg, rolling out your soft and powerful calf muscle. I think the calf muscle is my most favorite shape in the body. I also really like the deltoid, but the calf muscle, the gastroc, is just such a cool shape. So give it a good pie rolling here, pie dough rolling. See what happens behind your knee. Is it soft, or does it have like this tenderness, hardness that mine has? And then loop your dowel underneath your bubbling springs. Really bend your knees. So you're kind of in like a one-legged happy baby here. And then you can begin to work towards straightening your upper leg. top leg. I mean, you can play with baby foot here. Baby foot really emphasizes bubbling springs. If that's not feeling good or you want to change it, dowel behind your calf, pulling your leg in, hamstring stretch. You can point and flex if you're doing this with the dowel behind your calf. Feels good. Take one good inhale, one good exhale. Release on your own time. Let's do a couple of the moves that we did previously for hips. So pull your knees into your chest. Take your palms over top of your patellas, and let's do a little something extra this morning. So smack your hands together, smack your palms together and rub, and make some heat. And then sucker your frog fingers and your palms onto your knees and feel the heat there. Feel that connection, kind of like a battery circuit completing. And then remember the udon noodle metaphor for your legs. Make your legs really soft. If you can baby your toes and still stay udon noodly, then you've kind of got it. You've kind of got the appropriate tone piece. So see what you can do and find that nice softness in your legs and begin to circle your legs with your hands. Mortar and pestle. You can circle in like regular circles, keeping your knees together. You can go both ways. That has a certain quality to it that impacts the sacrum. But I find to really get into the mortar and pestle quality of your femur in your heavy pelvis, some random circles. It's like you're surprising your body, kind of. You just make these random circles and your hip joint doesn't know what's coming and you can't brace against it. So you get into these corners that you might not have known about. And notice the tendency of your legs to take over the movement. Your legs are bossy in the sort of hierarchy of your body and your nervous system. Your legs can be a little bit bossy. That's what they're for. They're really there to save your life and all that. So they kind of take dominance. But see if you can make your arms bossy for this. And now come back to center. Interlace your hands behind your head. Come into this kind of seed pod shape where your knees are bent, your legs, your feet are baby feet. We're just going to open and close. So straighten and bend your legs. But this is a deep front line exercise as well. The inside of my big toes are touching. My heels are also touching. My knees are not touching, but there's an energetic pushing there, which keeps me in my deep front line. We can keep doing that, or we can go a little deeper where we're going to just scissor our legs. So you don't have to scissor very big. Just keeping that baby foot and the gentle bend in the knee. Curl your head up a little. This will really get you into Manipura chakra. Any abdominal exercises are Manipura chakra, right? And so that'll really give you the sensation at the base of your ribs, and scissor your legs slowly and gently. If you want to go low, you can. If you want to like test your fascial web control, you can let the leg go all the way down. and see where you come out of this sensation of resting in the hammocks. Keep doing that, or come back to seed pod. Roll side to side, or take some sacral smiles. We're going to move into some neck and arm work for this practice. So for our first practice, we did hip work. We stayed in the lower body. For the second practice, we moved into the torso, which Frank is going to explore today more. But for this practice this morning, we're going to move into some neck and arm stuff. So we'll just do one move from the Tensegrity Repair series. It's basically the mortar and pestle of the arms. So I think it's called owl wing, but I'm not sure. Okay, move to your side gently, and you can stay a little bit curled up. So you can stay in this kind of slightly shrimp-like, can't remember what we call it now in yoga, transition pose, I think. And let your fingers be in front of your face. So one arm is curled under you as a pillow. And pile your legs so that they're very comfortable. Let one arm be in front of your face, so your top arm, and spider your fingers on the floor. And so having this really natural kind of beach ball-y shape to your arm. It's also like a ballet arm as well, without the tension. Okay, so imagine that someone's just pulling your hand up towards the ceiling. A really soft arm pulled up towards the ceiling. This is triangle pose, arms right here in Biotensegrity land. Okay, and now we're gonna start mortaring and pestling in the shoulder. So begin to make some little circles with your top hand, your owl wing, but feeling it from the fingertips down into the shoulder. And it's the same sense as we had with mortar and pestle in the hips, except that your shoulder girdle is more complex, as you know. So your shoulder girdle is it's still a ball and socket, but it's a much more complex ball and socket joint. It's comprised of several bones, the socket part. So see if you can feel that. So you'll feel like your shoulder blade moving, your scapula moving. You may feel your collarbone moving. And then explore outward from there, the limits of what you have. So make as big a circle as you can. And remember, we talked very briefly about the arm lines, and the arm lines extend onto your body. So the front arm line extends into your pecs, and the back arm line extends over your shoulder into your rhomboids and your lats. So see if you can get movement in the entire arm line here. A couple more, and then you can just start to make it smaller. So this work that we're doing in the joints promotes also synovial fluid, like we were talking about. It doesn't only work with muscle and connective tissue, it also works with bones and joints. So make the circle smaller and smaller, and just see if you can get to a place where it's really small and kind of effortless, these circles. It can be really hypnotic, this work. And then just take your arm down in front of your face again, spider your fingers on the floor, and then just take a couple of lifts like wings, right? Like open your wing up and bring it down, just getting a sense of the two lines of your arm, the front line and the back line of your arms working together. And just notice that you'll probably not go behind you here. Your arm probably won't go behind you, which is a position that we often ask students to go into in triangle pose. Okay. Let's shift slowly to the other side. And remember, this is a kind of a curled up, comfortable pose. Spider your top fingers on the floor in front of your face. And then lift, and notice where the lift is coming from until you have this owl wing shape. And then begin these little motions and notice where you're moving from. So you probably first start to move with like your biceps and your triceps and maybe some muscles in your rotator cuff. But see if you can get the sensation to your fingertips, that the movement originates in the two lines, the front line of the arms, the back line of the arms. Your limbs connected to your torso and your whole body, and you'll feel and hear some popping and cracking, and it might be different than the popping and cracking on the first side. We really want this to be juicy. I realized that that's one of the things we didn't put on the list last night.
That's worse than mouth.
It was so much worse than mouth. And at one point I was considering getting a tattoo that said juicy. And then I thought, no, that's such a bad idea. But it is a word that I say a lot. Okay. Explore those really big circles. And then smaller circles. Noticing if the popping and cracking corresponds to any adhesions or resistances. I don't even know if you can pluralize that word, resistance. Anyway, you know what I mean. Make the circle small now. And then come into the owl wing, dropping fingers to the floor and lifting, a real balancing of the arm lines here. You can coordinate this with your breath, of course. And that real quality of expansion and contraction. Where are you holding? One more. Gently place both of your palms on your mat and slowly make your way back into child's pose. Take your dowel and place it in front of you, just beyond the reach of your fingers. So extended child's pose first. Reach your fingers forward. Tuck your toes. Can you first here in this child's pose, can you first play with your arm lines a little bit? So sway and wiggle. Those are probably two more words that need to be on the list. Sway and wiggle and explore what's connected to what. Find those two arm lines, front and back, where they connect on your body. And now connect your frog sucker hands to the floor, just like we did to the knees, and pull back with your bum. lengthen and breathe in, expand your lungs. And just notice any effect that that has on the lines of your arms. Take a few breaths here. Notice any asymmetry in your lungs. It's a good place to find it. Asymmetries in your ribs. And then ripple forward. We'll just do one spinal curl first. So ripple forward through cat. And you can take any of those things that we talked about over the last 2 days. So you can turn your triceps towards the front of the room as you like, as you come forward. If you like, you can turn your inner thighs forward and just ripple through. And like Nick was saying, we're not going all the way forward. This is the beginning of practice, right? So we're really just articulating the tensegrity that is our spine. So remember, tensegrity is a whole bunch of bones, bony structures in discontinuous compression. So take a few spinal waves here. Discontinuous compression, so your bones don't touch, especially in your spine. The bones really are very cushioned and separate. And then they are surrounded by these fascia, this fascia that's in a state of continuous and pre-stressed tension. And that's how we work. That's how our spine works. That's how it does what it does. 2 more little spinal rolls. And then find your way back to child's pose and roll your dowel a little bit towards you. Open your eyes at this point. You might want to take off your rings if you have any on. Not all rings are terrible, but or a ring is terrible for this. Okay, place your fingertips on your dowel and we'll roll through the hands. And just roll through with a real sense of exploration for the first one, really slowly, just like we did the feet. So in some ways, the slower, the better. So roll and put a little pressure. You can come up out of child's pose if that's better. If you want to actually sit in hero, sometimes that's gives you a little more pressure. And go through and see if you can get, and it's harder with the hands, let's see if you can get the similar sense of cracking and crunching that you got on your feet the first time that you went through. And just take a note of those. And then if you like, you can speed that up a little. And we're going past, as Elizabeth pointed out yesterday, we're going past another one of the bubbling springs here, just behind the fingers, in the kind of in the palm. And you can pause there and wiggle back and forth. Wiggle and jiggle. And also notice if there are areas that are really sensitive for you. Some people are really sensitive at the base of the thumb. I am super sensitive in the karate chop points. So turn your hands to the sides and roll out your karate chop points. It's one of my life goals to figure out why I'm so sensitive in the karate chop points. And just get that wiggling motion there. And then you can speed it up and get a little more casual with this if you want. Just roll through. Begin to notice your wrists. Some people find it feels nice to roll out their wrists. Some people really don't like it. See which camp you fall in. And then you can begin to roll out your forearms. And this is really a personal exploration. There's a pretty big bone pretty close to the surface here, a little bit like your shin bone, right? So that might not feel so good. See what you think. You can also turn your hands to face up and see what that feels like. I don't know if I can explain this to you very well, but in your wrists or in your forearms, there's a really good example of a closed kinetic chain. You have your two bones there, right? So when your hands are facing the floor, they're in a certain shape. And then when you flip them over, they just stay connected, but they have a completely different shape. They have a crossed shape to them. And that's like kind of like a microcosm of our whole body. That's how our whole body works as we move shapes, as we reconfigure, as Stephen Levin says, the shapes become appropriate for different movements. Okay, come to seated. We'll finish off the rest of the arms. So take your dowel about halfway down. And if you've ever had tennis elbow, this is kind of a miracle. Just begin to work out that area just below your elbow. And keep your eyes hooded and your breath soft. I don't personally find that working on the inside of my elbow is very helpful, but you might. You can take a little bit of time with bicep and tricep even, and deltoid. And of course, you can always do this little bit of thumping. I personally find that thumping is more effective with a half fist than this really hard dowel, but just notice the bounce and the bump. And then come to the other side. And if you want to go more slowly, you absolutely can. The misnamed tennis elbow bit, the elbow itself, biceps, triceps, deltoid. Move your arm around so you access everything. A little bit of thumping or bumping. If you want, you can take that half fifth. Shake out your arms. Take your time, finish up, don't rush. Come back to center. And we'll just do a little bit of manipulation in the chest. I don't usually use the dowel here. I guess you can. I just find it a bit of a blunt instrument here. I usually use my half fist. So let's start with some like gorilla stuff. Chest pounding, super good for thyroid and all kinds of hormone balancing. Right at Ajna chakra, right? And then I really like to do some pounding on the underarms. I find the underarms are really not considered enough. So both sides. If you have any experience with EFT, you know this is an EFT point right here at the bra line. EFT is emotional freedom technique, otherwise known as tapping. So let's tap now. Just take your fingertips and tap. So this is also an EFT point. And then I like to tap all the way up the sides of the neck. So vagus nerve. And we'll just go through the basic tapping pattern with my little add-ons. So chin, you can do it with one hand or two hands. So there's a real bounciness to the correct kind of tapping. Your fingers bounce off of your fascia. I like to bounce out to my jaw, just because I feel like our jaws are kind of tight, and you can give a little mandible massage there if you want. Oh, here's some fun. Take your dowel and you can insert it in underneath your mandible. Keep your hands on your stick because you want a lot of control, and just insert it right where your ear meets your jawbone. And then you control the amount of depth there with your head, your heavy head. Yeah, you may really not like this. This is where it becomes so obvious that the dowel is such a blunt instrument. Move your jaw around. Be careful. You so need to, or you need to crochet a little top for it, one or the other. Move your jaw around. And you probably hear lots and lots of clicking and popping at this point. And then carefully over to the other side. So lots of lymph nodes in here, lots of stuff happening. Open and close your mouth. Stay there if you like, or come back to tapping, and we'll move the fingers to the upper lip. So tapping is a whole study in itself, but it's very clearly based on the fascia and the meridian lines. And then move to the eye points just underneath your eye sockets. In traditional tapping, it's really just done with one hand on one side, but I just kind of feel like I might as well use both hands. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Can you do this? Can you go like side to side like this? Ah. So move to your temple points. That's hard. And then the forehead. So it's really the point, it's ajna. Yeah, I find it really hard, but it's definitely interesting. Feels like a really fast heartbeat. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna incorporate this. I do this every day. And then the top of your head. So all just different ways of coming at the chakras, right? So this is very clearly crown chakra and brain chakra. And take one more big breath. Release your hands. Come to seated pose, easy pose. And take a breath before we move into our movement practice this morning. And slowly make your way onto all fours. I'm not going to do a lot of asana this morning because we have a whole afternoon of asana. So we'll just do a tiny bit. Take any movements that you like here, any cat-cow movements. Walk your feet back or your hands forward and come into puppy pose. If you have blocks under your hands are nice for puppy pose, or spider your fingers. If you'd like a block under your third eye, you can do that. Bum is high. Deepen your breath and come into the lines of your arms, the bones and muscles and fascia of your shoulders. Feel the tender skin of your underarms sliding and gliding here. So really leaning into them and finding some freedom there in their connection point between the underarms and your rib cage. You can wiggle here and especially breathe here. We'll go quickly through the kind of broken wing. I hate that name for asana, but we'll go through the broken wing sequence. So from puppy pose, thread your right arm under into thread the needle. And you can be still and breathe here if you like, or you can move. I just really like to move here. So I like to move and get into all of the corners of the fascia and the arm bones here. I also like to flip my right fingertips so that my palm faces the floor and then it faces the ceiling. I really use my torso as a kind of myofascial release device. So I use my weight to wiggle. And then thread your left arm in front of your right arm, but out to the right side. So this is broken wing. And you can explore it as you like. So you can be all the way back in child's pose, or you can be all the way up, bum up in puppy pose. Lots of pressure on the shoulders. Deepen your breath. Frank's going to be going through lots of intercostal stuff and twisting, so I won't get into any twisting this morning. But you definitely can feel intercostals here, little muscles between your ribs, especially as you breathe and wiggle. And now with a real mindful awareness, unthread your right arm and thread it over top of your left arm. So you're coming to broken wing on the other side. And notice that point when you get into a new shape. What does it feel like fascially? There's this kind of unfamiliar feeling for the first breath or two. Take one more breath here. Notice especially the back arm lines here. And then gently, as if it's like a cat's paw, reach your right hand out in front of you. Your left arm stays and thread the needle. And breathe. If you'd like to stay there for a few more breaths, please do. Otherwise, return your hands to fully extended child's pose and place your frog sucker hands on the floor and find a nice long stretch between your bum bones and your fingertips. Notice the impact that your breath has on your fascia here. We're going to do elephant's trunk again. Can't remember if we did that yesterday or Friday, but anyway, we're going to do it again with an awareness of the deep front line. So we're going to do it from the deep front line.
So frog sucker fingers are on your mat. You might wrinkle your mat a little bit here. In fact, that's good. So push your fingers into the floor, initiate from your belly and begin to curl your spine up so that you're coming up into hero pose, but squeegee your hands along the floor. Can you feel that in your underarms? As you initiate from the belly, pull your hands towards your knees. Deep front line, deep front line, deep front line, pull all the way back. And then we get to do like our elephant thing. So come up on your knees, lift your hands overhead, give it a little squiggle, and then exhale, puppy pose. 2 more times, elephant trunk. So really important to get that connection with the squishy part of your mat and then squish your way up, initiating from the front line. So if it helps to squeeze your knees together, do that. Nice and slow, rounding, 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 center, all the chakras unfolding, and then come up, and you can do this on your own time, not on my time. Shake out your trunk, and then come back down. Last one, walk your fingers really far forward. Whether you're in child's pose or puppy pose, doesn't matter. Walk them forward, come up on your spider fingers. And then use spider fingers to do that elephant's trunk, but still initiating core. Oh, resist. Use the floor. Couple of breaths to get there. Fingers come up your legs and then up to the sky, ceiling, whatever. Come back down. Sit in hero. Notice shoulders, shoulder girdle, torso. Notice the beating of your heart. Okay, let's come to seated and just do a couple of quick stretches before we go into Shavasana. A little bit of neck work this morning. So bring your spider fingers either side of you. Bring one hand up and over, frog fingers, sucker fingers over your head. Third finger goes into the tip of your ear, as if you had like a Spock ear. Spider fingers on the floor, push into the floor. You can use a frog finger here, but most people's arms aren't long enough. You can also have a block under your arms, hands, fingers. And we're going to begin to fold. Are we all doing the same side? Let's all do the same side. Right arm, left ear, just so we can talk properly. Left finger spidered on the mat. And I don't want to say pull. I want to say let gravity begin to bring your right ear towards your right shoulder. And you can go as far as you like here. So you can release your spider fingers and get like a side stretch. But reestablish your spider fingers. We'll do a little resistance work here. So begin to lift your head towards neutral, but resist with your frog fingers. So resist with your arm. Your head's going to win. Your head's going to come to neutral. Be careful with this. Neck work is really, the muscles are small and there can be lots of misalignments here, but resist with your arm, but win with your head. So eventually you get to a neutral head and then take a rest. So release your fingers, just take a little rest. You can still keep them there if you like. Take a breath. And then find that same stretch again, right ear towards right shoulder. So I call this RRR, resist, rest, and re-stretch. There's a word for it that manual therapists use, if anybody knows it. I think it's like PNG or something like that. So get that deeper stretch. And then something I call snail stretch. So bring your nose towards the crease of your elbow. You still have your frog fingers, but they're kind of more on the top of your head. And then curl up. This is deep front line work. So curl your belly, curl in, elbow comes towards your lap. And we won't do an RRR here, but you can. Just uncurl like a snail. And bring your right fingertips to the floor beside you. Settle your shoulder girdle, even everything out. Same thing, left side, left arm up and over. Find the tip of your ear. Find that stretch. So right fingers push actively into your mat. Lengthen, lengthen, lengthen. Take the full side stretch if you want. But anchor your spider fingers to the mat now as you are in your full extension, and resist with your hand and lift your head towards neutral. And just notice the conversation. Notice also the difference between one side and the other. There will definitely be a huge difference for me. Negotiate your head up to neutral. It's like a fascial conversation. And then take a breath and a rest. You can wiggle if you want. And then take the re-stretch. And then fold your nose into your elbow. Curl in your elbow into your belly. Snail stretch. Uncurl. Wiggle it out. Slide your feet around. Soles of your feet on the floor. You can have those sucker feet if you want, or they can just be soft. Doesn't matter. You're coming down nice and slow. We won't do any like ab work or anything because I think we're going to be doing lots of movement this afternoon. Pull your knees into your chest. A little sacral smile if you like, or whatever pose your body wants. So if you want some inversion here, if you want to do a shoulder stand, do one. If you'd like to do happy baby, do that. If you feel like you're missing something like a forward fold, you can come back up and do a forward fold. It'll take about 5 breaths to do that. Finish up whatever you're doing. Get ready for Shavasana. Watch your paraphernalia. So move your dowel out of the way. Grab your blanket. Put on your socks. Take off your toe spreader. And then lay your body back down on your mat. Take a few breaths to find full comfort here. Is there anything you can do? Anybody want a blanket? Put your hand up.
Remember your eye pillow, if you have one. If you want an eye pillow and you don't have one, you can put your hand up and I'll bring you one. Let your legs splay out nice and wide. Let your arms also splay out nice and wide. The arm lines equalizing and completely softening. Perhaps your palms turn to the ceiling or lie on your belly. Any external or proprioceptive activity that you have been doing, let that pull inside as you become aware of your breath. Feel the edges of your skin. The layers of your fascia. Notice even that quality of sliding and gliding here, just with your breath. Can you, with your breath, just for a few, maybe 5 breaths, get a sense of the deep front line, the inner channels of your body. Taking rest, bones floating. Held in the safety of your fascial web. Can you feel your breath permeating every cell of your body?
Feel the edges of your body, feel the skin, your fingertips. Notice the cool air of the room or the feel of your clothes or your blankets on your skin. Notice the heavy weight of your eye bag and the sense of the deepening of your eye sockets. Begin to deepen your breath ever so slightly, making it, if you like, a little bit of an elevator breath. So moving down the channels of your body to Muladhara, or wherever you want to feed today. There's a gentle pulsing, another word we didn't put on the list, a pulsing quality to your breath here, a slow pulse. And the pulse of your heart. And the pulse of your thoughts. They can all begin to move a little more quickly now, just taking any small or slow movements that you like, waking up. Any pendiculating that you would like. Rolling, stretching, pulsing. Eventually, and so slowly, making your way into the seed pod shape, or just the boats on the ocean, just a little windshield wipering. If it feels right for you, find your way over to one side. And take a few transitional breaths there, or make your way carefully up to seated. No rush. Follow the rhythm of your own breath. And the whims of your own body. If you find this effective, you can practice it. Place your left hand on your heart, on your chest tissue, and feel the heaviness of your elbow, and then pile your right hand over top. And from here, notice the beating of your heart. And begin to exterocept a little. So take a little smile on your face, shrug your shoulders. Resume a little bit of your expression, although keep the softness as long as you can. Dhanyavad, everyone. Thank you. Okay. I feel like it might be a touch cold in here. Yeah. Let's get some heat. So it's almost 10. So that was a good long juicy practice. Let's take a half-hour break. So let's come back at 10:30. You can stay here or go to the cafe. I'm gonna try to make it to the cafe today. We'll see you back in at 10:30, Audra and Frank.
In like an urban. So people are heard, it's possible. She was like, and that was like, it was, where my kids was like, in like a more of like this urban rural area where there's like water lots and there's trees and there's a full forest. So, like this dog over and
Hey Sue, can you hear? No?
I can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay, good. How about you, Audra? Okay, good. It's a little dark. I couldn't see your thumb. Okay, so yeah, we're getting towards the end here. We're going to go over this morning just quickly the idea of tensegrity, because we were supposed to do that yesterday. We're going to go over that fairly quickly. We'll watch a video on how to build your own tensegrity if you want to. Tensegrity structures are often used in the study of biotensegrity. We are not tensegrities. Tensegrities are a model for us, for human form. But I will show a video. In your book, it is on page 10, or in the manual, it is on page 10. And we did talk about it yesterday. Can anybody remember what a tensegrity is in language? Remember the T and the C? Yes, tension and compression. Exactly. So fascia of the body is in continuous tension. Bones of the body are in discontinuous compression. We're going to dig into that a little bit more. We're going to do some research projects for the rest of the morning after we define, get a little better idea of what tensegrity is. The reason that tensegrities are a really good model for our body is because they show these principles. It's easy for us to see that the bones, and you'll see this in the video if you haven't seen one before, they make a good analogy for us. So there's struts and basically elastics in these structures. These structures are super bouncy. The structures are basically everything that is written there. So they have all the properties of that. I'm just going to show you the video. I'll turn my computer around and I'll share the screen. It's not super interesting, but it's the easiest video that I've found of how to make a tensegrity. Some of them are like super long. It actually really takes most people like half an hour to build one, but this is an easy way. So, and I'll give you the link if you want to try it at home. This one is made out of straws and elastics. I don't think I can have.
Yeah, no, you won't be able to hear it. Okay. I'm gonna turn it around. And we'll brighten up the screen. Oops, not bad. Yeah. Can you see it, Frank and Audra?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, here we go. Building your own tensegrity structure.
Today we'll be building a tensegrity called an icosahedron.
Sorry.
It is made up of 6 straws and 6 rubber bands. The structure is very symmetric and it's very easy to make. You will need tape, an X-Acto knife, 6 rubber bands, and 6 paper straws. To start out, you need to cut 1.5 centimeters into the straw from both sides.
Here's why.
Be careful when you're doing that.
Yeah.
And after you're done cutting the slit, you want to wrap a rubber band right into the slits
So you take
so that
6
you have
straws,
something like this.
put a slit in each one of them much more safely than she's doing. You put the rubber band through. They have to be the same length of rubber band. They have to be the same length of straws.
To make the tensegrity, you want to
Yeah.
put the rubber band
Yeah,
into
width
the
and
slit
length,
like
yeah,
this.
same, they have to be the same. Yeah, same straw, exactly. This is
You want
the
to
complicated
put
part.
another straw on the other side of this rubber band. The next step, you want to put tape on both of these ends to make sure that it doesn't pop off.
Yeah, the elastic band doesn't come out.
Then you want to put another straw on this side over here.
So it looks really simple at first.
You want to tape both of these too.
This is where the
For this part, the rubber bands are going to have much more tension. And then you're going to do the same thing on the other side. So that you have a structure that looks something like this. You're almost done. Now you're going to pull these 2 bands across these 2 points. So that you have a shape that looks like this now. For the next part, you're going to do the same thing and pull these 2 bands across these 2 sides. Do it very carefully.
This is what takes all the time. Never actually done it before, but it's easier to do it.
So now you have a structure that looks like this. It's very demented right now because a lot of the points are on exactly the middle of the rubber band. We're gonna pull these points to the very middle of the rubber band to make sure that it's symmetric. As you can see, all the straws are floating in midair. None of them are touching, and only the rubber bands are holding them together. And now you're done with the 6-strut icosahedral tensegrity.
Yeah, I imagine that's probably true. Yeah, that's what I've done it with. I've done it with dowels and sticks and metal things. They all have their shortcomings, obviously. Yeah. You can buy, yeah. I mean, you can buy kits on Amazon. Like teachers buy them for school. You can use all sorts of different things. There's like, if you look on the internet, you can do a deep dive into that. One of the reasons that we're not building one, besides the fact that it takes up a whole lot of time, is that one of the mistakes that people make in the study of biotensegrity, I think, now, is that they think that the tensegrity structure is biotensegrity. And why is it not? Of tensegrity. Exactly.
Just like the collagen, like if you're, we're not even, right? At most, it's collagen and bone.
Exactly. It's just a real reduction of it. It's just a very simple model. Like we said, like models suck, but we need them. So it's a model, but it's not a biologic model. So it's really not biotensegrity. We're a series of so tensegrity-like structures, but we are not a tensegrity structure. So, but tensegrity is something really important. So that was kind of the key to when Stephen Levin decided that there was something beyond biomechanics that he was going to call biotensegrity, was when he actually came upon this idea of tensegrity. And in the manual on page 9, there's a picture, and it's a sculpture, and it's by an artist named Kenneth Snelson. He's really famous, and he's famous particularly for these models of these tensegrity models. But if you look at them, they're just like, there's an infinite number of ways that you could put these struts and elastic things together to make different shapes. They all share the qualities of discontinuous compression and continuous tension. That's the medium that he works in. Yeah, so the story of biotensegrity was that Stephen Levin was sitting in a chair or something, a bench in Washington, and he was puzzling over this idea, the idea that he couldn't pick up, he shouldn't, by the laws of biomechanics, he figured he couldn't pick up his grandchildren, but he knew he did. He also knew that swans had really long necks, and that shouldn't work, and giraffes have really long necks, and dinosaurs have really long necks, and that we shouldn't really, by the principles of levers and pulleys, as we talked about yesterday, we shouldn't be able to pick up our luggage. It's the magic of closed kinetic chains, the magic of the fact that the body is a tensegrity that makes all of that possible. So on page 10, there's a list. And the point of my story, his story, is that he is sitting at the Museum of Natural History, I think it is, and there's a structure by Kenneth Snelson out in front, and he was musing and musing. I mean, you know these stories, like who really knows if this is actually how it went down? But he said he was thinking and thinking, and then he looked up. I think there's a picture in here of where the sculpture is compared to where he was sitting. And he looked up and he saw the tensegrity sculpture, and he went, Eureka! And he began the story of biotensegrity. or the study, I guess, the field. Just as a side note, biotensegrity is not, is highly contested. So Stephen Levin also talks about this, like when you create something and you put it out there, then all of a sudden people are going to start refuting it, right?
Because it's also a model. Like,
Exactly.
It's incomplete, and so it's so easy to poke holes in it.
Exactly.
Yeah, so-
So there's tons of people poking holes all over the place in it, and people putting forward different theories. That's one of the things that he actually says. He's a charming man. He's very humble, although he can do 10 one-arm push-ups and he's like 85. But anyway, it's kind of cool to see because he's reconfiguring his elbow. I saw him do it. He does it on his birthday every year online. He's a very charming, I know. Birthday push-ups, yay, one-arm birthday push-ups. But he's a charming and humble man, and he says that he wants people to refute his theory. He hopes that someday in the future there'll be something else that isn't called biotensegrity that is the truth. And he also insists, this is a little point of trivia, he also insists that it be spelled with a lowercase b. And I don't know if I did that, I hope so. So on page 8 of the manual, there is this brief history of biotensegrity, and I did it with a B. And on here, there is a model of a tensegrity model of the hips. So you can see that that's like basically what she was building, except way more complicated. And you can see, and that's not Kenneth Snelson, that's a man named Tom Flemons. I think he's actually from like Salt Spring. He's like a Salt Spring hippie. And he makes a living by making these. He might be the one that made the kids' toy. You know, there's a kids' toy that looks like a tensegrity. I think that he's the one that invented that. Anyway, he does these. And you can see that this is a model of our hips, but of course, hugely simplified again, right? But showing the complexity and showing also or refuting the idea that we hinge at the hips. Because there's not much room for hinging there. You can see a lot of things are moving when we hinge, when we bend forward. So yeah, they're just a couple of very interesting creatures, these people that are diving into this world of biotensegrity. Yeah, down at the bottom, it says, in the mid-1970s, obsessed with all of these questions, he went to study the dinosaurs at the Smithsonian's Natural History Museum. I talked to his wife for a long time, and she said he literally was obsessed. Like he just could not figure out, especially the dinosaurs, like how did the dinosaurs work? How did their bodies work? These really long necks. He couldn't accept the Borrellian model, and he could find no other suitable one. And then sitting on the mall in front of the museum, he looked across and remembered this needle tower, which is a Kenneth Snelson sculpture. And this made this connection in his head, and he was able to then move forward. And he, at that point, stopped. I mean, he was an older man. He was already retired, but he's the kind of person that never retires. And he stopped all surgeries, all orthopedic work, just decided that orthopedic work was biotensegrity not appropriate, and he didn't want to be in that field anymore. So he stopped all of that and he launched himself full-time into biotensegrity. So yeah, always spell it just in deference to him. I always try and spell it with a lowercase b. Another thing that we tend to do is, and I do this all the time, I call it bio-T. He doesn't like that either. He wants us to use the whole word biotensegrity and not with a capital T, because when we say bio-T, people often put a capital T in there.
It's just a lot of syllables.
It's a lot of syllables, and bio-T just slides so easily off the tongue. But anyway, okay, so the rest of the morning, we're going to spend it doing some research projects and some presentations. So I'm going to explain the structure of the presentation first, because it's a little odd. What we're going to do is we're going to take about half an hour. We're each going to have a topic. So the topics are on page 38. And we'll spend 5 minutes deciding who's got what topic. I have a list. I have put you in a list of what I think you might be interested in, but we can negotiate. We're going to spend about 30 minutes doing research on that topic, on that biotensegrity concept on our own. And then we're going to spend 5 minutes explaining or doing a presentation to our partner, to a partner. And then that partner is going to present to the room. So all of the work that you do in your research project, you have to convey to your partner so that the partner can teach to the room. The presentations are going to be very short, very informal. They're 5 minutes. I would love it if you would have some kind of a physical demonstration of your principle or your property, but you don't have to. You can also just talk, or you can also use the whiteboard. I'm going to take a picture of these words and erase the whiteboard. And you can use the whiteboard. You can get us in a circle. You can use the yarn. You can use the saran wrap. You can use the Twizzlers if there's any left. But let's talk about who's going to do what. So the half hour of research, you can use your phone. I will also circulate. They're based on the divisions that she makes in this book. So I have an idea for each one of the concepts, which I can give you. So I'll circulate and talk to you, but also you can just make your own. There are 13 concepts here listed, and there's only 8 of us, which is great because some of them I literally don't understand. Nick and I were just talking at the coffee shop about harmonious concatenation. Now I understand it. It's such a great word. But like I didn't understand it before. Nick?
It's like it's computer science. So I was saying it's kind of fashion. Fashion and clothes change.
Like uniting.
It's probably a much simpler word.
Right?
Like yoga.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's your challenge, is to find simple words, because you're going to explain it to your partner and your partner is going to present it. So your challenge is to find simple words. So before we go over the concepts and decide who's going to do what, another thing that you could use is the glossary. So we haven't talked very much about the glossary, but there's a pretty long list of definitions in here, which starts on page 14. And it goes all the way through to page 22. So you can look in there, see if you find anything. You can look on your phone, and you can look in this book. So those are kind of, and me, you can ask me. So those are kind of our resources for the half an hour of research. You can leave here to do that. You can go back to the coffee shop if you want, or you can sit in your space. You can do whatever you want. So let's talk about who wants to do what. Does anybody have one of those words that just like jumps out at them and they want to do? I think Nick has already nailed, he has dibs on number 7, patterns. But does anybody have any more on the pin? Anything that jumps out at them before I start randomly assigning you?
Is this glossary?
No, on page 38, the concept. Sure, I have already randomly assigned you, Pixie. You got a good one. Oscillations. Okay. So I would, if I were you, my first step would be to actually Google oscillations biotensegrity, and then go from there. You'll go down, you'll go down, and same for all. Okay. Anybody else? Or you want to be assigned?
Like systems?
You sure can. That's awesome. I have 100% lost my pens. All my pens. Oh yeah. Spirals. Okay. I had given spirals to Frank. Frank, are you willing to give up spirals to Elizabeth?
Sure, no preference.
Okay. So Elizabeth. No, he's not attached to it. He's practicing non-detachment, exactly. Okay, Nick has patterns. Maya has systems, is that what you said? Yeah. The others, Frank and Audra, any thoughts?
I'll let you assign mine.
Okay. The ones that I definitely want to be done, I definitely want push and pull. I had assigned Audra to push. You okay with that, Audra?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. Pull, that's tension. Anybody? I had assigned Ryan to reconfiguring. That's kind of like closed, you can call it, you can think of it as reconfiguring our closed kinematic chains. Closed ones, yeah. I thought you might like to dive into that a bit. Whitney?
Well, it is.
You're pulling? All right.
I got a little left.
I had assigned you soft matters.
Oh, right.
Is that soft matter or
Soft matters.
Soft matters.
like soft matter as in like stuff or like
Stuff.
like
Stuff.
Or big comics.
The stuff, the stuff of our bodies.
It's on the cheek, you know?
All right, Whitney, we'll put you at number 2.
Oh, right.
Pull.
Pull it up.
Hold it up. So you can investigate tension.
It's a lot different. than
Audra,
soft matters.
Audra Lee, you can investigate compression. So your push. Whitney's pull. Elizabeth is spirals. Nick is patterns. Ryan's reconfiguring. Maya's systems. Who's missing? Oh, Pixie's oscillations.
Yeah.
Nick. Harmonious. Oh, you already got one. All right, who am I missing?
Frank.
Frank, that's the only one we're missing. Oh, excellent. Okay, Frank, would you look, and this will also work with your presentation this afternoon. Could you look into auxeticity?
Sure.
Number 9. Awesome. Okay. So half an hour, it's 11. At 11:30, we'll come back together, we'll pair up into partners and do a 5-minute presentation to your partner. Right now, I'll circulate. I'll start with Frank. Somebody can take the book, whoever wants it. I don't know, I'll leave it here. Yeah, okay. And I will talk with Frank and Audra. And we'll move from there. I'm gonna put my headphone in so that everybody's not hearing. Well, everybody's gonna hear me. Hear you. Maybe this will work. Let's see. Okay. Can you hear me, Audra Lee?
Yes, I can. Hi.
Okay, hi. So compression, you can take it in any direction you want, but I would absolutely love a little bit of a demonstration in the body.
Sure.
And I would suggest that you think about the spine. So we like to think about the spine as a compression element, and it isn't. We like to think about the spine as a column. We also cue the spine as a column a lot. We talk about a straight spine. So in your research, you could Google compression, biotensegrity, and then maybe use the spine. But if you have a better idea, go for it. That's my
Sounds great.
advice to you. Okay.
Thank you.
You can tune out and take your half hour now if you like. You can do anything you want.
Sure.
Okay, Frank, oh yeah, you're doing auxeticity. I need to change it. So Frank, I think you probably have a little bit of a handle on this, but do you feel like you have a handle on it? You want to just go? Oh, I can't hear you for some reason.
Did you have a preference as, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Do you have a direction you want me to take it in particular?
I would love just a demo in the human body. So, I mean, one of the things that I use to demo it is lungs, just lungs and how it's the principle of auxeticity is when one thing moves, everything moves.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can find a different way than I do, like I just usually do it in Shavasana, and I talk about, like I did this morning, about the air going in and going out to every cell of the body, and then I try and interoceptively trace that idea so that people feel their fingers and toes and feel them moving. I also sometimes talk about babies and cats, but you can probably find some better stuff, and you can give examples in the natural world and also in the world of the human body if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. Sweet.
Awesome.
Cool.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm going to turn you off.
Cheers.
Baby, your whole class, every class.
I know.
You're a liar.
He needs a sponge one.
Pants on fire.
He likes the baby bath. I just put him in there.
So it's okay?
But I think he might have peed or pooped again. Like he keeps peeing
Are
and
you
poop,
serious?
like peeing, and it's like it's because I need to hold him. Okay, wait.
Another 2 minutes, Frank and Audra. You can also develop it a little bit when you present it to your partner. Okay. Time's up. We're going to partner up now and teach your partner your concept, including any exercises that or examples that you might have developed. Your partner can ask you lots of questions. We're only going to take 5 minutes for this. Your partner can ask you for clarifications. Try to teach your partner so that they can give a presentation like you had intended, if that makes sense, with their own spin on it. So you're being a teacher, so think about your pedagogy, like how much are you going to tell them? Are you going to involve, are you going to get into like a back and forth? Are you just going to use words? Are you going to use images? How are you going to get this idea across in as crystal clear a way as possible in 5 minutes? And then the other person is going to present. Okay, so Audra and Frank, I'm going to put you in a breakout room. You have 5 minutes. In this room, we're gonna have Elizabeth and Ryan, Maya and Nick, and Pixie and Whitney. Right, so we're gonna take 5 minutes. I'm gonna time it, and then we're gonna take another 5 minutes to do the other concept, right? All right, here we go.
Oops. Hey, sorry, can I just ask you something quickly? Can I just ask you something quickly?
Yes, absolutely. Go for it.
Sorry, I didn't have my headphones in. I just
okay.
happened to hear you.
Okay.
So I just wanted to go over this quickly because it was a little bit hard to find stuff, but I just wrote like compression would be felt in your back when you're in a back bend. Like you draw your attention to where you feel the restriction. If compression, it would be that you physically cannot move anymore. The sensation of bones and tissues being pressed or pushed together. If tension, it would be uncomfortable pulling on the front of the body. Compression is felt on the same side of the body as the parts move, of the parts moving closer towards each other. Sorry.
Yes, absolutely. That's a good place to start. So, and you can have you and Frank can develop some demos together. Remember that you're teaching Frank and that he's gonna. Yeah. So yeah,
Okay.
that's a great place to start. You can also use non-biologic examples. So compression actually works. We use the word compression in the body, but you can also contrast it with non-biologic examples.
Cool. Okay.
Like a
Awesome.
building or whatever. You guys can work that out yourselves. But yeah, perfect. That's a good start.
Okay. Thank you.
Jump in. I think Frank's in there already.
Yeah. Seeing that there's Okay, so. It's different, so I guess I would, and then I think the one thing that I haven't covered very much on. That's one thing I do on these. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. We're gonna start in just a second. I'm gonna get the online people to go first. I'm gonna mute so you don't hear the noise. Okay. It's a little hot. I think. We're a bunch of whiners. Okay. I'm gonna get the online people to go first, but before we do that, I would like to just highlight the fact that we are creating our harmonious concatenation by partnering up and then presenting your partner's stuff, concept. And I would really like to just take a moment to recognize and highlight the fact that I would like us to recognize as we go the unique aspect or what is unique that your partner is going to bring to what you taught them. So you were the teacher, they were the student, they're going to layer something on now as they become the teacher. It's like a teaching practice thing. So let's see what we got. We won't be able to do all of them before lunch, but we'll get through, I think, 3. So we'll get through Frank and Audra and one more, and then we'll continue after lunch and go fairly quickly. Some of them may not be a full 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to turn this computer around. And Frank, you can go first because you seem to be pinned there. And please tell us what you're presenting.
Cool. Before I begin, can I ask if we're actually going to be leading the physical practice of the definition of the word?
You mean right now, like in this 5 minutes?
Yeah. Or is it just like regurgitation of the information that we researched?
So you're now presenting your partner's information. So whatever Audra told you, you can teach us. Which was, in your case, was
Push. So we're omitting the actual physical relation to the word.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. You can use whatever you want to explain to us in 5 minutes or less what push is and how it relates to the human body and biotensegrity in particular.
Cool, sweet. I've already taken 2 minutes, so I got 3.
Awesome.
So Audra's research was on push, which in how she described it was a lot to do with compression, and that compression is felt in the body in so many different various ways. One obvious one would be when engaged in a back bend, and a lot of differences between tension and compression sometimes be put into the same category. So the main difference is tension. There's this uncomfortable pull that usually occurs in the front of the body, versus compression is a physical limitation of the body where it can no longer extend or reach any further range and move. And usually that limitation is caused by tissue, bone, or muscle, or anything that might be impinging of the range. And is that compression is felt on the side of the body in which it's moving towards. The best example that she came up with is when engaged in an upward facing dog, and a lot of compression and push is being felt on the lower back. That's, I think, a summary of what I learned from Audra's lesson on push.
Okay, that's great. So I think we all experienced that probably yesterday with Ryan's upward facing dog. Did people experience compression in their spine? No?
My spine is super bendy though.
Your spine is super bendy, yeah. Yeah. I remember we were talking about the Bernie Clark, the one Bernie Clark class that I took, and I think it was a forward fold. And he talked about these 3 types of compression and being sensitive to them. So he was saying, so take a forward fold. And he was saying you can feel at some point, close your eyes, you'll feel a compression of like the soft tissues, and that might be your muscles. So
I never get past the tension to feel any.
yeah, so that can happen too. So maybe bend your knee. Yeah. Yeah. After all these years of yoga. And then the second level of compression might feel a little, and this works for tension as well in his world. The second level might be a little stronger, and that might be your connective tissues or fascia pushing on each other, bunching. And then the third level of compression is actually bone on bone. So, and very few people get to that.
Where does bone on bone happen in the forward fold?
Oh, if you're super flexible, like here in your hip joint, you get like that pushing of your femur. That's actually
Oh, I think my boobs are in the way of
yeah.
that. Like
That's the soft tissue. Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole syndrome in LA of women getting hip replacements because of that exact thing, bone on bone in their forward fold from the you know, over and over again, all that they do. So yes, thank you. That's perfect. The one thing I would mention is what compression is not. So we tend to think about, we tend to talk about as yoga teachers, probably not you lot, because you're all into thinking about these things more carefully, but you'll hear a lot said, straighten the spine. And you'll also hear the words stack the spine. And those, especially when you're standing in neutral pose, those are not accurate because the body's a tensegrity. So we're not stacking the spine. There is no compression in the spine. There's no bone on bone compression in the spine. That's not a force in the body that is worthwhile for us to think about. And it's definitely not one that you want to encourage in students. There is some transmission to the earth. And that's the thing, fascia is both and, right? So it's not like there's, like in a column, there's all the weight from the roof is on the floor and going to the earth. It's not the same in the body, right? All the weight of your head is not magnified and going through your bones because your bones are suspended in the soft matter of your soft tissue. Okay, awesome, thank you. Audra.
Hi.
Hi.
I have oxaticity.
Yes, a new word.
Yeah, I'm still trying to learn it. It is Greek for growth or to increase. It's an omnidirectional expansion, and a non-biological example would be like a running shoe sole. When it is being pushed down, it spreads out, but the volume doesn't necessarily decrease. And yeah, I think I'm missing something about the lungs. I don't think I wrote that part down.
Frank, you wanna jump in and tell us about the lungs?
Yeah, it's like it happens throughout the body, but the most obvious example is when it occurs in the lungs, when the diaphragm drops and the lungs expand. It's an omnidirectional expansion. And the same happens in opposition when it contracts too. It's like this opposing force that contracts and constricts those exact same cells. And it's the integrity of the actual cell itself and its movement.
Yeah, perfect. Just gonna say that auxeticity is my favorite part of biotensegrity. It's the thing that I think has changed my body and my practice the most. And I also think it might be the easiest thing to evoke in people, but I might be wrong about that. I usually use the image of a cat or a baby. If you look at a baby breathing, you can usually see its fingers moving. And that's kind of proof that we are auxetic beings. But it's hard to see my finger moving because we have these things, I call them drops and locks, but we have these locks, right? So right now when I'm leaning on my knee and my hand is like this, there's a kind of a lock happening there. If I'm doing that thing we were doing this morning and I'm breathing, there's less of a lock. So I might be able to see more or feel more of my finger breathing and moving auxetically. Thank you.
One thing that I slowly became more aware of, and I'm always aware of now, is like that whole idea of directing the breath. It's not like literally your lungs are down the hips.
Yeah.
But you can breathe really deeply and
Yeah.
you can feel that
You can
pressure
feel
down
it.
there from the inside out.
Yes.
There's an opening that happens there.
Yeah.
And you can feel that in other parts of the body, not so much in the extremities, I find
Harder.
that's elusive, but in the torso,
Yeah.
you can feel that expansion. And that's the same as like if the running shoe sole is being compressed, we're compressing from the inside out because we're expanding with the lungs, and then that's compressing outwards.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like auxeticity is a settling and nice thing for people to embody. And it's so different from what we're taught about our bodies, that I think it's something that kind of benefits people. But yeah, thank you. Amazing. Okay. So let's switch to this room. Maybe we have time for two. Elizabeth and Ryan? Who would like to go first? Do you want to, should I switch it? Do you want to come up to the teacher seat? Is that the
That would
easiest?
probably make things a little
Easiest
easier.
on for online?
Or actually, well, I can also just stay back here.
It depends. Can you see? Maybe I'm going to turn the lights on.
If you go up there for the sound, maybe.
Yeah, true for the sound, actually. Yeah. I'm gonna turn the lights on as well.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it.
Daytime.
Or I can also turn it just to you, and I can bring this closer. Does that work? Yes, and Maya can bring the mic. There we go.
Okay, so Elizabeth's topic was spirals, so spirals in the body, relevance to movements and biotensegrity. And so, as we've already been seeing, the body is a collection of spirals, and they happen in all kind of different directions. But the first prime example of how our body uses spirals is in our spine. So we all know that our spine can twist in many different directions, and that it's almost infinite well, it's not quite infinite, but we can twist and then still bend in equal amount. And so it creates this ability to have all these different movements. And Elizabeth used the example of a giraffe can just about chew on something on its back, right? It can twist right around and go down. And so our spine are icosahedrons. Is that the right word?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a whole bunch. So that's like a 20-sided die if you're a Dungeons and Dragons nerd. And So, and so those are present throughout our body in the way that they interact. And so if you think of, if you've seen a 20-sided die, like it can just move slight amount and you're on the next plane, right? And that's how things, it can move around like that. And then these spirals also happen even in the act of folding forward and coming up, because it's not a hinge. It's like a spiral downwards or a spiral upwards. So those things happen as well. And they essentially, all of those working together give us flexibility and strength. But then there's a whole other aspect of spirals. So we talked about the functional lines that start here and spiral around and then move their way down. And so we talked about not only are those useful for these types of movements, but it is literally those spirals that allow us to like sort of pressurize our internal torso, and like it's the mystery of how do I lengthen my head upwards? Like there's no pulley and lever that is allowing me to lengthen my head upwards, but that's those spirals working. That the spirals can draw inwards to lengthen, and then when they release, you drop back down. Oh, also, yeah, and then our limbs can spiral as well, and this relates quite closely to what reconfiguring closed kinematic chains. So our arms can spiral and other parts of our body can spiral. They all have, it increases range of movement, and there's a complicated set of things that need to happen.
Yeah,
To go.
that's great. The thing I would layer on top of it, which I think you hinted at, is that the spirals in the body are also scalar. That's probably not a word I've used enough, but it's a really important part of biotensegrity. You said it. We go from big spirals to little spirals.
Right.
Right. We go right down to the DNA. Right. Yeah. Spirals are really scalar. And everything, biotensegrity basically says that everything in the body is scalar.
Right.
And I want to show you a picture of the super coolest thing.
It's almost as if our bodies are built on the principles of nature, which is
They probably are.
Crazy idea.
Come from machines.
Yeah, you don't come from machines. I'm just
No,
gonna
the
pass this
machines are
around.
copying us to become better.
Exactly. I'm going to show you online, but this is the embryological development of the heart, and it spirals. So it starts out as a line, and then it spirals in to create that heart shape that we think of as the heart shape. So you see the string
Spirals
underneath
in and
it?
then turns in on itself.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's like if you twist a rubber band,
Yes.
it spirals and then it starts making
That's
those,
true, and then it
those
makes-
second knots, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
The secondary knots, yeah. Anyway, that's what happens in our bodies, right? That's embryology. That's what's happening from the very beginning of the fascia. It's spiraling and it's spiraling and spiraling, it's twisting and turning itself on itself. Okay,
It's
it's
probably some sort of
noon.
Fibonacci spiral.
It is a Fibonacci spiral, exactly. Okay, it's noon, so we're gonna call it off for lunch. We'll finish after lunch and then we'll move on to the practicums. Let's come back at 1, okay? So let's take the full hour and then come back at 1. We'll start with Elizabeth. Bye, everybody. I mean, bye, you too. Yeah, I guess they have to.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, that's fun. Oh. Yeah. That sounds fun. Browser. In the browser. We are
Okay, I'm turning this around again. I probably don't have to turn the whole stool. I think I can just turn. Would you? That'd be awesome. Do you need, yeah, I know. Do you want a little quick 30-second refresher or do you want to fake it? Ryan can help you. Yeah, he can totally
I
help
don't
you.
even remember what I said.
Whoa, look, you can see my knees.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, there, okay. Can you hear me? Great, okay. Okay, what am I doing? Closed kinematic chains. So
Reconfiguration.
reconfiguration of closed kinematic chains. Okay, so what is a kinematic chain is the question, because I didn't know what that meant. And Ryan explained it in a kind of way as like opposed to a kinetic chain. So like if you had a traditional like lever and pulley system, an open chain would be one where it was like the end of it's open. Doesn't it? Yeah. I feel like I don't know who to talk to. Like,
Yeah, welcome to my
right? I kudos to you, Nikki. And a closed one, it would be one where like you have something happening, and he gave the example of a push-up where like your ends are not free to move. They don't move.
And that is a kinetic chain.
Kinetic chain.
It's really important. I wasn't making a distinction either. I
So,
think it's important to know this. Yeah.
and I think like all of those are sort of in relation to something stable. So you have like hands on the floor, which is stable, and you've got like the end of something attached to something stable, which wouldn't be my body, because then your body is a kinematic chain. So it's like it moves itself, and all of the joints are and all of the tissues and everything are attached together. And so this moving here is not just isolated in the arm, it's actually connected to the whole body. It's actually a closed chain based on all those little points that Nikki was talking about, right? And so if this is moving here, there's like stuff happening here, and to kind of close all of that in a circle. So, or not a circle, but you know, a circuit.
A closed chain.
A closed chain. And so the reconfiguring of the chain is basically like, that's how you're moving your body, is by like changing the orientation to all of the parts. So we were talking about warrior 1 versus 2, where you've got like, here you have your hips, they're open this way, and like, how do you move? You just reconfigure it. Now it's in a different position, right? And it's not like a traditional like system of joints where you have to like open this and close that, but it all just sort of like works together to move. Sort of hard to explain now that we're doing it. But one of the practical applications that I saw for this, and that I'm familiar with from my Tai Chi practice, is we often get a lot of elderly people. In fact, most of the people who practice with us at my club are, you know, above the age of 50. Not that that's elderly anymore, but like, you know, they're really like 70-year-olds and 80-year-olds, and people with like health problems, and they come, they're like, oh, my shoulder and oh, my hip, and I think like often in medicine, when someone comes with that complaint, the person treating them is like, okay, let's work on your shoulder. Let's work on your hip.
Or don't do that anymore.
Or don't do that. Right? One of our instructors, she says, like, when she first started, she was having trouble reaching the top shelf, so she just moved everything to a lower shelf. Right? So she stopped reaching up. But what we can do to help people, instead of like maybe working directly on that, is focus on other parts of the body. because it's all a big chain, it's all connected. And so feeling like open and balanced, like let's say you have a frozen shoulder and it can't like go out. If you can feel like any way you can feel balanced, even though it doesn't necessarily look the same, you can like help work on that by working on this. So I thought that sort of is my extension. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope all of that made sense to y'all there.
That's great, thank you, that was lovely. Yeah, do you have anything to add, Ryan?
Yeah, she touched on like the whole idea of compensation of the body from injuries. We didn't get to kind of run out of time to get into that, but like the whole idea that we get patterned in the ways that will allow our body to reconfigure, or like it could be physical stuckness, like the adhesions, or it can just be mental that we're avoiding a pain sensation, and that yeah, our body's definitely getting the railroad tracks, and so finding ways to get out of that and start doing more completely. That's exactly what you were talking about. I've got those issues in the body for sure.
Yeah, thank you. All right, who would like to go to the front? Dixie?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. You got oscillating pants problems.
Kind of. In a way, yeah, they are a little bit.
Biotensegrity.
Yeah.
Biotensegrity.
I think that's what Lululemon pants are.
So I had Whitney's word, which was pull. And I'm going to read from my notes because I have a horrible memory. But the pull is tension applying a force with stretches, which stretches something. So tensile resistance is the resistance of our tissues being stressed or stretched. And a good way of thinking about this is an easy way to see it or feel it and measure it even is with your breathing. So pulling in the breath. So if you just take a whatever tall seat, slouch seat, if you like, Ryan, draw the breath in and pull it in. So really pulling it in, you can feel the ribs expanding, and then as you exhale, so that's pulling the breath in. So another way of thinking about it also is the pulling back of a bow. So when you have a bow and arrow, well, you can pretend you have a bow and arrow. So you've got your bow and arrow. And so there's the tensile, this is the pretense, because it's already stressed, it has to stay taut so that in order for it to do its job, you pull back. So now you're tensing, you're stressing it, and then let it go, and then it flies. And that's bow and arrow for you. Yeah, so another thing is the pulling of the arm. So your arm, the pretense, the tissue, the fascia is already pretense. And then by someone pulls your arm, then that's stressing it or stretching it. So that's one way to look at pulling. And now I'm going to pull a face and leave.
Do we feel our pre-tension? Do we feel our pre-stressedness even?
If we're really in tune with our bodies.
I think you're right.
I think so.
I think that's, I don't know, what do you all think? Do we feel, so the fascia is pre-stressed. Do we feel it, or is that just part of our conversation?
I mean, we've never felt not pretense.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah,
know.
you gauge.
Feel like, unless like someone's cut you across your belly and you've been holding like your internal
Right.
organs.
Or, yeah, or
Then
Ryan
you
and
have
I
to
were,
reference
yeah, or Ryan and I were talking about when you're under an start. I think that you might lose. I don't know, I'm guessing. Yeah, and maybe this is, you know.
I think if you like, I mean, not an untrained person, but I
Yes.
think if you really like have a deep practice for a lengthy period of time, you could probably train your awareness to feel. But like that's a training. That's a lifelong journey.
I feel the pretension of it morning when I get up.
That's what I was thinking.
But that's
when
like,
we're like,
that's almost like, it's too much tension.
or is it the adhesion?
Well, yeah, it's what's causing that increased tension, which isn't helpful. But then you move, I think it's literally like by getting out of bed and moving, then you're hydrating the fascia.
Yes.
And they start to slide easier and move, but it's when you're old, the fascia don't have as much fluid in there, and so they're more sticky as they dry out. They dry out easier.
Yeah, for sure. That's for sure a true thing.
It lubricates the 136 joints.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. Who wants to go up there now or come up here?
Can I stay here and it's facing you? Or do you want me to move?
I think I should get a little closer just for sound.
And for face.
Should I
You can sit right there.
I would prefer to sit and face everybody. I think
Okay.
that that's more formal.
That's more formal.
So I got a lot to smell.
Let's.
Oh, Hey, look at this.
Is that good?
I'm gonna be here in a couple of hours. Okay, okay, I had the lovely Pixies word oscillate, which is a movement either left to right or front to back from a fixed point. So like a fan, obviously, here. And it has a repetitive variation of a movement. But it has to be like a pendulum. It has to be moving at the same speed back and forth. So you can't like come this way slowly and go this way and call it a oscillation.
Oh, cool.
And an oscillation, of course, left to right would just, of course, look something like this, but you can also oscillate from a fixed point, like maybe such as here, and go like a seated cat-cow. This can also be considered an oscillation if it moves at the same speed. And I think that honestly, I feel like those are all my things. Oh, huh? Yeah, what's up? Oh, the movie one. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, you might have to explain this more a little bit because I get it, but I just wrote it down and it was an hour ago. Oscillating in emotion. You can oscillate in emotion. Something about like a movie plot. Maybe Pix has to fix it for.
Normal and then something makes you left, right.
Right,
So you're oscillating back and forth.
right.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, emotional.
right.
And are we constantly oscillating on all levels?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, because homeostasis is the midpoint and no one's ever, I mean, unless that's what enlightenment is, it's just being perfectly.
Right.
We still.
Right.
Yeah.
Our breath and our heartbeat are also oscillations.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Our nervous system is an oscillation.
We are in constant movement all the time. Yeah. And so is everything around us.
Right,
Right.
very cool.
Wow.
Okay, we learned so much.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Who's left?
I had, hello.
The back is something else, but it's fine.
It's actually this. So I had systems, or Maya had systems, and I'm teaching the system. So the way Maya was describing it is how we have all these different systems in our body. So we have the skeletal and the respiratory and the circulatory and the nervous system and the lymphatic system and all these systems. And even the nervous system can be subdivided in the central and the peripheral and the autonomic. And the way I was understanding, I kind of made a connection with the systems thinking, is that all of these systems are encoded with fascia and are connected and linked by fascia. And so the fascia informs each of these systems. And Maya was talking about efferent and afferent.
Yeah, so the way to mnemonic to remember is efferent neurons exit the brain, afferent neurons arrive at the brain. Basically, it's like efferent is, information from your central nervous system to the rest of your body, and afferent is information from the rest of your body back to your central nervous system.
Right. So did you folks hear that? Okay. So I can't hear them. So the efferent.
Did I mute them?
I'm not sure.
I didn't try. Can you can hear us though? We can't hear you for some
Yeah.
reason.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, as long as you can hear us, that's okay.
Yeah. So basically we're constantly, like, the central nervous system is constantly receiving or feeding out signals, and the systems are all encoded with fascia, and the whole the whole thing can be thought of as an ecosystem, but then even that ecosystem is linked to other ecosystems in nature, in the human beings we interact with, and the other organisms we interact with. Missing anything there? Oh, right, the different fascias. Yeah, so yeah, so there's the superficial fascia, and then there's the deep fascia, and then there's the visceral. No, then there's the meninges fascia, and then there's the visceral fascia, and yeah.
And those are all systems. What does systems actually mean? Like, what does that word actually mean? Is it like a collection of stuff?
Like things that are related and connected.
Yeah. It's like a
circuitous way.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Chain. Way, yeah. Yeah, I love the word ecosystem. That's really important for biotensegrity. We are an ecosystem, but we are also part of many ecosystems. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, more.
Okay, so the concept I was given was harmonious concatenation. Which basically is just a really fancy way of saying two or more things being joined together into one thing. So I guess like a way we can think about it is like you've got your two hands, they're moving separately, they're two different unconnected things, but if you bring them together to one shape, you can do this. And now they're one thing doing one motion, working together as a whole instead of separate parts.
Influencing the whole system,
Yeah.
our whole ecosystem. Yeah, cool.
It's a term that comes from coding, of joining two different types of code together. It's one super code, but it also applies to like fascia and just the body in general, because we're again like a bunch of small systems that make up larger and larger systems.
Amazing.
That's basically it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there was also the pattern.
Oh, patterns.
Oh, you did too.
You gave me two.
I gave you two.
Oh.
Overachiever.
Should I do patterns too?
You don't know how much work I did. Yeah.
Sure.
Stuff down.
Throw some patterns in.
So basically patterns would be like, an example would be like a spiral or a fractal, but basically like the example was just like, here I can actually show it here. There's like this drawing of this pattern here that starts out as a line and then is a line with a triangle in it, and then the triangle gets triangles. So basically the building blocks are not themselves complicated, but just the way that we continuously add makes the system more complicated. Yeah, than just the individual stuff that's made out of, even though it's pretty simple.
And what are the patterns in the body?
Binary code.
In the body.
Yeah.
Yeah, patterns in the body would be what, like spirals?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like triangles,
Mhm,
spirals,
triangles.
DNA. That idea of the scalar icosahedrons, right? That Ryan was talking about. Those are some patterns that happen over and over again in the body.
Like lines.
Lines, yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Brain.
That's what I was like thinking of when before I looked into it. I was thinking like it would be behavioral and like mental, like the grooves that Brian was talking about the train tracks, how we have like molecular patterns and repeated like shapes and building blocks, but then we also that mirrors itself in our behaviors and our actions and how when that triangle we live our life like by forming that like triangle thing over and over again, and it becomes familiar and like similar things every day, and I like take a similar route to go to my job every day or whatever.
Sit in the same ass print on the couch every day.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a strong pattern.
That's all created by fascia, right? And then geofascia, that's the whole thing. That's like the layering on of yeah, on the neurons, right? So yes, it is also that. Okay, awesome. So let's see. Great separation. Okay, so yeah, if you want to, Audra, do you have to be gone for the whole afternoon? Just give me a thumbs up. Yeah, okay, well, we'll chat then. We'll find a replacement time. I'm doing this again with Lori and Katie because they couldn't be here for this time. So maybe we can put you in there for your practical. Okay. All right, so practicums, you want to break first or you want to just jump right in? Break?
Yeah.
How long? Half an hour? Well, how about like 10 minutes? Does that make sense? Or maybe like 8, whatever, until we get to that nice round number of 130. And then we'll go, and we have the order. The order is, you probably remember the order, but I can read it again real quick. It was Nick, Audrey Lee, so no Audrey Lee, Frank, so Nick, Frank, Maya, Elizabeth, Whitney, Pixie, who am I missing? Ryan. Do you remember what number you were? Maybe I can put you in with, I'll put you in instead of Audrey Lee. First bunch. Maybe I'll put you, do you mind going in second after Nick?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, because yours is going to be more active, I think.
So Nick is first.
Nick's first, you're second, Frank's third.
Sure.
So it's, we're front loading the males. Okay, 1:30, Nick's up. So, Pixie, oh, sorry, go ahead. Whenever you're done.
I'm done.
You're done. Probably need to get this go. I don't know what happened to it if it ran out of batteries, but probably we should get it going so that Frank can see everybody.
Yeah, I can do that.
Do you want me to just unplug it?
No. And then we can see.
And we can see Frank.
It's on. I'm just, opening my thing. I don't know what happened to it. Passwords. I changed it. You'll be happy for me.
Oh, okay. What was it?
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Oh, I'm actually sad. Well, teacher, there's somebody every time a teacher would come in to do that. I'm looking forward to it. Start doing that. Now it's just I do passwords. Like a little chuckle or just gonna fun.
Okay, Nick is really tall, so we need to move this back.
Good first.
Nick.
Were you listening?
Weren't you listening?
Like, what did you say?
Do you want to bring your own mat here, Nick, or are you comfortable being on mine? You can put yours over top if you want.
That was good.
Okay. I wash it a lot.
Although, like, in their country, repeating the exact same person it means you're not playing as much. Say what's the like specific. Right. Words. That is a sham. she's like trying to stay focused. It's so weird. It's so strange. Or maybe she was like, you know, when you're trying to sing along to a song, but you don't quite know the words, you're like following like a millisecond behind. Or this one. Let's sort of
This one is linked to that.
This one is.
It's awesome.
That won't be washed in the So this is getting the rest of the room, right? So I'm gonna put this over here.
Yeah, so you can unplug it from yours.
Okay.
But I don't know, I think, yeah, we still have like 4 minutes before we're starting.
Yeah. All right.
You have 3 minutes and 27 seconds.
Elizabeth is the timekeeper.
I was completely.
I think it would be the timekeeper if you're just confident enough about the numbers, you shut up.
Shout them out. The time sometimes gets more. I'm such a bad.
What do you need?
Check.
Mic
Testing, 1, 2.
Most, yeah, I don't want this to make the sound. Right. Go along.
Is it? Hello.
Who's on?
Yes, you did. It's okay. Okay. Yeah, I should have. I did. It was a special time of day.
I got
That's a CBO mic. I wish we had an adapter for yours to plug into there.
Well, remember they do that. Frank doesn't have to do the room. He only has to do that.
Understand that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so he could, he can hear.
It should be fine.
Yeah, it should be.
The question is what it's
Mhm.
What?
What are we gonna do?
Use her audio.
We're gonna use that.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm just like, move it forward and.
Yeah, let's,
Yeah,
I
turn
mean,
it up.
a good way to
And hope for the
challenge
best.
yourself as a yoga teacher would be to not have sound. Trying
Mhm.
to teach sound entirely silently.
I want to do that for a class to start off 10 minutes and not say shit. Just sit there in front of the class and just not do anything or say anything and see how awkward it gets.
I think you could do it, but it would be very hard online. But I think that without the visual and only sound, that would be visual.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you could do the other one. You could do without seeing and just hearing. You just have to be really good with it.
Yeah.
Maybe do that.
Never do already. Pages goes.
You think your yoga mat is a stage?
Not the world, just the man. So everyone should have a towel and the toe sweaters if you want. Toe sweaters.
Who doesn't want
So spreading is optional.
Those weddings are always optional. Give yourself an option. You can make it psychotic.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's weird that we the big screen on the big screen. So that makes it so funny.
Well, we can ask that.
Oh, let's not see Frank at all, maybe he's
Maybe
his videos, his videos not on.
Yeah.
Frank, take the video on.
I just want to see.
I'll do last night, like, she's gonna do it too.
Really, this is my own.
This is your first 300, okay.
No, I did philosophy and pranayama with Peter and Steve. It was all smooth.
Oh, yeah.
next week, you're gonna be almost halfway through the arc. Well, there you go. Right.
Just allowing yourself to settle. Just observing the inner landscape of just noticing if you're resisting, pushing anything away. Trying to pull anything in. Just seeing if you can allow for everything to be exactly the way it is. You can feel some energy in your cheeks or your fingers. Wherever you feel it in your body, if you feel it in your body. See if you can draw a connection to everything that's happening. See if you can locate a middle, a center. Where everything meets. What is most true for you in this moment? getting to tune into your breath. Just inhaling deeply and exhaling at your own pace. Just creating a smooth cycle of breath, reducing the pause at the top of the inhale and the end of the exhale. Try to transition as smoothly as possible in and out. Drawing your awareness to our deep front line, the deep front fascial line. Running from the sole of the foot up to the inner part of the leg. Through the pelvic floor, the deep abdominal muscles, diaphragm, perhaps up as far as the neck. And back down in reverse. Oscillating upwards and down. Noticing any areas of tension or any areas that are calling out to you or communicating with you. I'm just making a mental note of those areas. Notice any quality of heat or cold, tension or compression along the line. Not trying to change it, but just observing what it is, how it feels. If your eyes are closed, you can slowly begin to blink them open. Just taking note of the quality of your thoughts, the quality of your breath, the quality of your experience and awareness in the room. Make sure you have your dowel by your side. We're going to be standing up and we're going to do an exploration of a couple of standing postures as they relate to biotensegrity. So slowly making your way to the top of your mat, standing forward. And if you have socks on, I recommend taking them off so you can feel the dowel at the bottom of your feet. Just getting yourself situated. So first we're going to come into mountain pose. So just feet about hip distance or shoulder distance apart. They can be pointing straight ahead or any angle out or in, whatever is most comfortable for you. Chin, try tucking the chin, maybe lifting the chest, maybe slightly engaging the glutes and the quads. Whatever feels strongest, maybe slackening the knees a little bit, so removing the lock from your knees. Up, down at the same time. And just make a note of your feet and how your feet are grounded and how that's affecting your posture. And then we'll take the right foot and we'll do the gorilla foot. So gripping the, what is it? Bubbling springs. Gripping the bubbling springs, the balls of your feet, and just pressing as hard or soft as you wish, but really getting into the tissues at the bottom of your feet, getting into the fascia, and making note of any crackling or popping or any particularly discomforts or anything that feels good, just making a note. And then slowly rolling out the whole foot. So as I mentioned, the deep front line begins at the bottom of the foot, the sole of the foot, and it runs all the way up through the inner thighs and then up through the deep muscles, front of the body, head of the spine, front of the spine. So once you've rolled your foot, we'll come back into mountain pose and see if you notice any difference in how it feels. Notice if you feel more grounded on one side compared to another. Notice if you feel lifted on one side compared to another. Notice if your chest and your head feel like they're lifting. Notice if your shoulders feel strong. Notice if your breath is any different. Then we'll bring it down to the other foot and roll out the left foot. So gorilla, paw, bubbling springs, pressing into the dowel slowly, finding that sweet spot. Making sure to continue breathing through this. So we do tend to hold a lot of tension in these muscles in the deep front line, particularly the pelvic floor and the diaphragm and the psoas muscles. We hold a lot of our tension and stress, and when we go through difficulty or trauma, this is where a lot of the stress and tension gets stored. So see if you can draw your breath into any areas that require extra attention. Like that. Maybe try like outside of the foot and inside of the foot. Trying to cover all of the surface area. Crackling and popping is a good thing, or can be. And then as you're ready, you can remove the dowel and come back to mountain pose. And now noticing any differences in the quality of the pose. Mountain pose seems like a simple posture, but it is a grounding posture. It is intended to be a stance of strength and power Notice if the breath is more clear. Notice if you're able to feel the areas in the deep front line a little bit better. And now we'll come into tree pose. So just to try a balance, we'll bring the left heel to the inside of the right shin. And you can keep the left toes on the ground, or you can lift the foot off of the ground, placing it anywhere on your leg, whichever works for you. And creating opposing forces, so pressing the left foot into the shin and pressing the shin into the foot, and then maybe bringing the hands to heart center, or playing with the placement of your arms, maybe lifting them overhead, and seeing if you can use the awareness in your foot to ground up, to inform the integrity of the posture. Continuing to breathe, maybe focusing on a point ahead. Imagining how the bottom of your foot is connecting to the crown of your head and everywhere in between. A couple more breaths. Returning back to mountain pose, shaking it off. Shaking out the energy. And then we'll repeat on the opposite side. So right foot, right sole, foot comes to the inside of the left shin. Pressing the sole and the shin together. Seeing if you can find that lift from the foot to the crown. Seeing if you can maintain the integrity. Noticing if you can feel it anywhere along that deep front line. What happens if you lift the crown towards the sky? Where do you feel it? What happens if you try and lift the pelvic floor? Does that help? Strong. Couple more breaths. Turning back, shaking it out if you wish. Then we'll come to round. Okay, come to the ground. And come into Shavasana. I told you it was going to be a mini class. So finding a comfortable position, laying down. Going around as much as you need. Just beginning to let go of any tension to the breath. Just relax the left side of the body. So we'll start with the left toes, left sole of the foot, left heel, left calf, shin, left knee, thigh, left glute, hip, left side of the waist, and the left rib cage, left underarm region, and shoulder, left upper arm and elbow, left forearm, wrist, left palm, back of the hand, left fingers. And you feel the connection from sole of your left foot to your left fingers. Notice any blockages. Now relax the right side of the body, right toes, sole of foot, top of foot and heel, right calf and shin, right knee and thigh, right glute and hip, right side of the waist and rib cage, right underarm region, shoulder, upper arm, elbow, forearm, wrist, palm, back, hand. Right fingers. And you feel the connection along this line. What is true for you? Relaxing the belly, diaphragm, deep muscles within. Relaxing the chest, feeling light, neck, jaw, tongue, cheeks, eyes, forehead, crown of the head. Integrating the awareness you've cultivated into a sense of unity. At your own pace, returning some movement to your physical body. Coming back into breath. Breathing into the belly, ribs, chest, shoulders, and crown. Keeping the eyes closed in your own way, beginning to make your way back to a seated position facing the front. Now integrating this awareness back into your conscious activities. Maintaining this newfound sense of yourself. Thank you for practicing. Donny Check.
Thank you so much, Nick. Sounds like a meeting master class in the deep level. I appreciate that very much. Just wanted to mention something that is so good about the tree pose, the way you said you put your foot anywhere. That's a pet peeve of mine, that we say we can't put the foot on the outside of the knee. We can put the foot on the outside of the knee, and the reason for that is.
Biotensegrity?
Yeah.
We can't break our own knee. The fascia and all of the knee unless you have obviously that problem there, you have to hurt your own knee, but in general, there's sufficient support with the crossings of the all of the ligaments and tendons, you know, how the knee is structured, and also just plenty of protection from the fascia that outside of the muscles and bodies and stuff. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Just keep rolling on. Would you like to minute after break? Yes. Okay.
I was so far out that when you bring that, I thought it was my apartment since he said something wrong and the fire alarm in the building.
Wow.
So I
I guess we did start the fire after all.
Hey, yeah.
You got it?
Wow. I got it. I got it. There's no money levels, okay? Please. It's 2 p.m.
Ryan,
Is that your pen?
what would you like to do with the lights? I don't know, when they come on, or you want to just let them do what they're doing?
Ryan, next, I didn't think
Hey, Ryan, is it possible to move the microphone closer to you?
Yeah, we can do that.
Please and thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I was so
You okay,
confused.
Frank?
How's that now?
It's much better.
Awesome.
What do you think about the light?
I think it's fine with them on.
Just goes off.
Yeah, I find that when they go up, it's a little on the dark side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did it, and then you would just set the always on. No, that's not really. Well, because
Yeah, you just have to-
Yeah, I think they're.
Only on and off.
Yeah, sometimes they.
It's just a switch, so they probably not like an automatic. It's motion sensor turning on.
I would never install motion sensor lights.
In a studio?
Yeah.
No, we need.
Or anywhere.
Well, I moved, like I was sitting at the beginning, I moved, like all over this, and they went on, I was like, shit, it's bad, because like I had to move and nobody else moved.
It's probably gonna go off. I think it's only been just around the
Okay.
whatever. Thinking a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Start the fire. Who's that, Billy Joel? Yeah.
That's really.
Pretty cool.
One of those.
Take what Billy wants. Like in Family Guy?
What's that?
It's been too long.
Yeah, it's been a while for me. This will be fun. All right, welcome everybody. We are going to do an exploration of some common vinyasa movements and poses. And I think and especially when I was having a discussion and talking about this yesterday, and then I even had the light bulb turn on today, is that we definitely, there's like, I think there's a combination of ways that vinyasa has been taught, but like when it's really, it can be very deconstructionist and it can be very focused on biomechanics, but like modern vinyasa with the teachers I practice with in Vancouver, most of them are bringing in biotensegrity cues, and even in like even traditional Ashtanga teachers, there are aspects where I'm like, oh well, actually, when I really think about that, like that's activating spirals in the body. And so like it's not only biomechanics, it's they're saying, oh, spiral this way, spiral that way. Like there's a deep awareness even, but it hasn't had a name. And so what I would like to do is we'll work through some things and we'll kind of try it both ways.
we'll see kind of how it feels in two different ways. So one way very biomechanical focus, and another way, well, maybe even three ways, but you'll see what I mean when we get there. And I'm just gonna see how far we get, but yeah, I will bring us down to a shavasana at the end as well. So, but we're gonna start off not so vinyasa-y, so come to stand. And let's start by coming into our feet. And so your feet can be whatever width you would like, but I suggest probably around hip width, because we'll be moving a little bit, so, or maybe even a little bit more than hip width. And then have a look at your feet. Lift your toes, see if you can spread them out, and then bring them down to the mat. Notice if that changed things at all. If you feel more of an activation, maybe along the bottom of the feet. My experience is that seems to activate in the bottom, and that's almost like the fascia are now a little more toned, and then that brings some sort of energy upwards, and it just happens naturally by that movement of lifting, spreading. Okay, close your eyes. And you can be a little bit soft in the body, rest of the body. Take a giant inhale. Hold for a moment. Slow, steady exhale out. On your inhales, maybe your arms and hands lift a little. Feeling like a balloon fold. Exhale. One more like that, inhale. Exhale. Keeping that feeling of the breath, and make little fists and start tapping the chest. You can be swaying a little bit. I don't often say it, but when I'm teaching this, usually I'm kind of swaying back and forth. I'm actually finding the balance in my feet and finding that grounding downwards. Maybe going around in some circles on the chest. Keep breathing wherever you are. And then maybe going down around the abdomen. So down the left, up the right. And then from here, right hand slaps down the inside of left arm. And slap up the back, and into the back of the shoulder. Just 2 more times. And then do the other side. So left hand on the inside of your right arm. And back. Just action up the chest like a gorilla, and bring these fists down into the kidney area, a little back. And then from here down the outside of the legs. Lap your way up the inside. Back to the little back. One more time like this. And then release your head and start bouncing. You can be heavy on the heels here and just feel there's still support in your body, even when you kind of drop hard on the heels. So you're not using like the muscles of your feet and your ankles to hold you. Notice the sensation. Take a big breath in. Noisy exhale. Inhale. Allowing yourself to be floppy. Inhale, last time. Exhale and stop. You can sway a little bit. Probably you're feeling some tingling. Maybe in the fingertips, because we're using our hands quite a bit, maybe other areas of the body. And is there a sensation, there's energetic connection between your feet, maybe coming up through the abdomen, through the torso of the back, maybe even out through the crown of the head. Breathe here for a few breaths. Expansion on the inhale, so like your torso, your whole torso is a big balloon. Notice maybe that internal stretch, and then exhale, draw it back in. Coming back to the bottom of your feet, maybe lift and spread your toes one more time. Now bring your hands on your belly, or actually maybe on the sides of your belly. So again, inhale, feel that expansion like a balloon. Exhale, draw in. So doing like full belly breath here. Noticing when you feel tension on the inhale and how it releases on the exhale. Now from here, optional, you can bring one hand on your lower belly, one hand on the lower back. You can lift the pelvic floor and tone the lower belly. So we're coming into Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha a little bit, and see how maybe now on the inhale, keeping that tone, the breath moves upwards. And does this create length? So where does the breath go when you're holding these bandhas? Noticing maybe increased pressure through the torso. Keep breathing. So in Ashtanga Yoga, this is the recommended breathing technique. You're doing this through the whole practice. And it does generate heat, and it also sends the breath upwards. But in my experiencing, this is an exceedingly activating breath. And if you're thinking in terms of, adrenaline and the stress cycle, that we're actually kind of holding that area of our adrenals firm. And we're actually breathing as if we're in a fight or flight response, because this is what your body will do if you're in fight or flight. And so practicing the whole time like this, to me, is a little crazy, because if you practice like this, what I think is then you end up walking around like this. I used to walk around like this. And then you're training your body to always be in a fight or flight response. And in my opinion, that's not particularly helpful. So release that and breathe back into your belly again. So as we're moving, my suggestion is use this when it is useful and helpful to your practice. But if you're feeling that this is too much holding and keeping you firm in a posture where you feel like you want more movement, just release that. Breathe into the belly. Have big Santa Claus. Okay. All right. So breathe however you want. You can engage Mula Bandha and Uddiyana Bandha, or you can breathe like Santa Claus in Santa Claus belly. Come back to the feet, look down, maybe lift and spread the toes one more time. And then with your breath on the inhale, left arm goes high, slight side bend. Notice grounding through your left foot and seeing how that extends your left arm high. Exhale, come down. Other side, inhale, right arm goes high, grounding through the right foot. Noticing that you're creating length in the side of the body that is not related to kind of your lever and pulley arm thing that's going down. Left side, inhale. Create length by grounding through your left foot. Exhale, come down. Right arm goes high. Exhale, come down. This time, left arm will go high. And we're going to stay here. Exhale, ground through the left foot. Inhale from that grounding point, extend skywards or towards the ceiling. So this is more extension and less side bend. Notice how the breath and that grounding through the left foot maybe creates more length on the left side of the body. Notice other sensations. How does this feel in the torso with the way that you're breathing? One more big inhale. Exhale, release that down. Right side, inhale. Don't extend to your full manifestation of this pose. Ground to your right foot. And then on the next inhale, lengthen further, less side bend, more extension upwards. With this feeling, think a little bit about what is creating the lift from that right foot, given that there are literally no muscles that lift our body when we are already fully standing. And what are you breathing into? And when you breathe into it, how does it create that lift? One more breath. Exhale, lower that right arm. You're not already at the top of your mat, come to the top of your mat. Feet can still be hip distance apart, or you can have toes touching. Inhale, arms float high, creating that length again by grounding through both feet. I'll do this biomechanically to begin with. So bend knees, heart comes forward, you're hinging at the hips. Inhale, halfway lift, hands can be on your shins. Try and be long in the torso and to the crown of the head. Exhale, step back to top of the push-up. So your knees can be down for this. We're not trying to paint the floor with our sweat, we're just wanting to move. Inhale here. Exhale, heart goes forward, elbows go back, come down as much as you like. And then we're moving to upward facing dog. So toes on top, heart comes forward, arms are straight and strong, legs are toned, back of the neck is long. Take another breath here since I'm talking for a while. Then on the exhale, option one is through hands and knees, or option two is hips just bring you high, downward facing dog. Seeing how this is our first dog, feel free to pedal it out. Do whatever you would normally do to feel this, and some of that may be bio-T informed, or maybe you just come to the position. It's like a upside down V, so your hips are high, arms are fairly straight and strong. You're engaging through your armpit area, and then knees can be bent, or maybe legs are straight. It really depends on your degree of flexibility. Big breath in. Slow, steady exhale through the nose. We'll take one more breath here. Exhale. On your next inhale, feet come between the hands. Halfway lift. Exhale, fold in. Inhale, following the breath, arms go high. Exhale, palms draw down to center. Okay, this time in your Tadasana, feel free to be not lazy, but more relaxed. So we're no longer standing at attention, but rather we're a little bit loose. You can move side to side on your feet. And then rather than toning the quads, tightening your core, and like strengthening your arms to stand at attention, this is like Krishnamacharya Tadasana right here at this Reform School for Boys in Mysore. Relax that out, which was kind of what was going on in the man's temple. So yeah, so relax a little bit, and then notice, can you start by lifting and spreading your toes, activate through the feet, and there's tone that comes through the legs that is not necessarily your big muscles firing. There's a lift to the pelvic floor. So Mula Bandha is deep front line. And then with your breath, by a small amount of tone in your lower core, front and back, then we can lengthen out through the crown of the head. But shoulders are quite relaxed, hanging away from the ears. And arms are not really switched on. They're just in a relaxed state. Take a breath here. Slow, steady exhale. And on your inhale, the arms float without bringing the shoulders up to ears. So notice this is a subtle movement, and it's not entirely clear which muscle is driving the boat here. Maybe gaze goes towards the thumbs. Exhale, slight bend through the knees. Your heart comes forward. And this might be a hinge, or it might be your pelvis moving up and over the tops of your femur heads. It's complicated. It's a little hard to explain in the 2 seconds of us going down. Okay, then on the inhale, the goal is to lengthen the torso and extend forward through the crown of the head. And so for me, this involves pelvic floor engagement, but not a whole lot of legs. The legs are just toned and supporting, and then it's length. So length out to the crown of the head, and I can't even say what muscles are switching on. It's more like the breath pressurizes, and there's support of the fascia extending it forward. And then exhale, folding. Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, you just wait. You haven't seen harmonious concatenation yet. Okay, then hands plant. Step back to top of the push-up. And for me, your knees, whether your knees are up or down, I'm generally very aware that my core is switched on. Give me the deep core line. Exhale coming down halfway, at most halfway. Now from here, I'd like you to draw your heart forward into the upward facing dog. And again, rather than just throwing yourself into it and then quickly going back to downward facing dog, we're going to stay here for a little bit. So bring your knees down, get a little bit loose, move side to side. And so even with your legs turned off and your core turned off, your arms and shoulders are still working because these are actually supporting the body weight. But notice there's a sling. It's like your whole front body is a hammock. And you can move side to side. As you move to the side, you almost feel like there's a different hammock on the right-hand side, or it's like if you were in a hammock and you're moving to the side of it, it creates tension in different areas. And then from here, see how it feels to push down through the feet. And this creates tone through the legs, but it doesn't change what's going on in your front body, which is still a hammock type arrangement. And so that's the feeling of the fascia supporting overall the whole body. And then from here, you're going to switch on your core muscles, which actually are not working a huge amount, to move your hips up and back into a less strict downward facing dog. Take any movement that you'd like here. Move your hips side to side. And just come to a place where it feels like your body is supported, but you're not switching any one muscle group on to a degree that it feels unsustainable. Take a big breath in. Slow motion exhale out. Okay, from here, just glide back onto your knees and look forward for a second. And I want to talk a little bit about chaturanga. This could be like a 3-hour class, to be honest, if we were to go through everything that's on my mind. But one thing that's really interesting that I've learned practicing Ashtanga and Vinyasa yoga is the whole idea that when you're in upward plank, or when you're in plank pose, and also when you're in downward facing dog. So in both situations, I've had it explained to me where if your arms are above your head in downward dog, what you want to be doing is spiraling your shoulders. So it's internal rotation. So you're essentially turning the eyes of the elbows forward. And then, so it's the same thing in plank and downward dog, but you turn the eyes of the elbows forward, but then at the same time, there's like an internal spiral. So you're doing this with your hands. So it's opposing spirals. So you're going this way, this way. And so I just thought of that, probably an hour ago. I was like, oh, spirals, very interesting. And it's like, it's creating, it's these opposing spirals, which are creating this tension through the system. And it's a little bit muscular, but it's almost more like if we spiral a little bit, it's like kind of wringing a sponge that is your fascia. And by wringing the sponge, it gets a little bit firmer. So let's give that a try. Come to plank. So you can be lazy in plank. And then tone your core and your arms, and then see how it feels when you draw your shoulder blades down the back, and then you turn and put pressure on your index finger and your thumb knuckles. And so this is where I say there's already bio-T kind of considered, but it's just not called that. So inhale here, exhale, come halfway down. Inhale, come into your hammock of fascia, legs are toned. Exhale, moving in your own way back to downward facing dog. And in your down dog, also notice those spirals. So you are activating the armpit zone, and that turns the eyes of the elbows forward. Then there's an opposing force of pressurizing your index finger and your thumb knuckles. And notice if that changes the pose in terms of how sustainable it may be. One more breath here. Exhale that out, and then on your next inhale, just walk your feet forward and through your hands, come seated. And then bring your feet out in front of you. And come to long-legged butterfly. So you want kind of a 90-degree angle in the knees. And before we come forward, so of all the places in my body where I'm aware of fascia, it's in the shrink wrap around my hips. There's like so many things where it's tight or it's holding. And something that I do a lot of, and this is like when I'm getting ready for a yoga class, is I'll come into this long-legged butterfly, but I'm not coming in for a full stretch. I'm just partway there. And I'll just start to loop it. So rolling forward and back. I actually did a workshop on this. There's like a whole system of movement in the hips and doing other things. I can't remember what it's called right now. So moving forward and back and just seeing how that feels, how it's not quite muscular, but there are muscles there. And then when we were doing like the sacral smiles, it felt very familiar, but I almost do them the opposite. So you can make smiling, you can draw smiles by moving forward. And then you can also draw smiles by moving backwards. And then you can even do full circles. And just noticing how the sensation changes as you move around. Or just notice if kind of this rhythmic movement slowly starts to feel like you can get a little bit deeper, or if it just brings you into the sensation of warmth or other kind of energetic quality in your hips. And then whenever it feels ready for you, you can release the wiggling, bring yourself down. Realize I forgot to use the term harmonious concatenation when I workshop upward facing dog, but that's what's going on there. Take a giant inhale into the lower back body. Hold that expansion. Notice the sensations, particularly into the side body and the upper back ribs. Then exhale, side that out. And feel free to stack your hands and maybe have your head on the hands. Or if you want to use a block, that's also a great idea. Staying here for 3 or 4 more breaths. And then on your own time, as you feel ready, we'll come flat on our backs for a short and sweet Shavasana. As you come onto your back, take note of areas where maybe you're holding. Feel free to wiggle your legs side to side. You can wiggle the body side to side. We didn't move a lot, so there may be spots where, yeah, your body didn't quite wake up or you didn't quite get in there, and that's okay. But see if you can scan, particularly in the torso, and the hips area where we're just wiggling to see if there's anything that's shifted or if there are things that you feel like are still stuck. Or if there's any other energetic or sensational quality in there. So it could be warm, cool, it could be tingly. And gradually allowing your breath to return to a natural cycle. Next 3 or 4 breaths, come back to the sensations in the body. We weren't lying down for all that long, but maybe there was a settling and a sinking into the mat that you felt. Maybe some of the activated areas seem like the energy kind of calm, so the vibration became a little less tingly. Take a big breath in and take any movements that feel right for you in this time, in this place. You can stretch like a cat. Keep your eyes closed. Don't worry what it looks like. So I'm going to recommend that you eventually find yourself over on one side, maybe with knees bent and supporting the head with your arm. If you have another way that you'd like to come up, that's also fine. The next 2 or 3 breaths, we'll find ourselves seated at easy pose. Bringing your right hand over the heart center. Left hand comes up. Breaths just breathing. Thank you very, very much. That's something. There's so much more that I thought. Once you're trying to get more subtle and get people to feel things, you have to go very slowly. And you have to take the time because you can't just railroad through because it's a little slower. Yeah, that's. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, sometimes when I'm practicing, that's what I'm there for. But so important to also have this because then this gets written into your railroad practice. Like you gain that awareness, right? But without that awareness, you know, I already have it sort of, but so I can't imagine practicing now without it.
I really appreciate that. We have those spirals.
Yeah.
That was
Well, it was same with me about an hour ago. I was like, oh, there's spirals in Ashtanga yoga.
Chris calls this the lobster class.
Yeah.
Spiraling of the fingers on the floor.
Yeah.
So she calls it the lobster class, which gives it that pinchy kind of spiraling quality.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And I really love that I started things with pressure into the floor. Is that a best thing or is that easy?
So I think it's vinyasa teachers who I've practiced with, like Rolf Gates, just like you can spread your toes. And Ian Finn always says, like one of the sayings is toes before clothes.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And-
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
You were like round, you were using the ground force to lift, I mean, really to rise, I guess. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
And you were explaining that in a way that I haven't heard before.
Yeah, for some reason, I can't say exactly where it came from, but the idea that by you activate, you create like a little banda in the bottom of your feet, and that rebounds all the way up through the deep line. And that's how you lift. And then if your feet are like, say if you're doing this, like at that point, like how can you even activate bandhas? Like you're just not, things aren't. And so it's funny, like this focus on the bandhas in Ashtanga yoga, it's not muscular. No.
Yeah, it's more energetic.
And it seems like intuitively they understand this, but they haven't given it away.
What? Oh, then I was going the right way.
You were on the right track.
I was-
Yeah, yeah. Do you want to take a short pick or a long break? Well, yeah, and then come back. We'll take a moment break. So right now it's 2:47, and you want to come back at 2:45?
No, together.
Yeah, it's a lot. This is a lot. Especially if they're full classes like up and down, like in and out with your consciousness.
Yeah, just a lot of, what are they trying to do, make my class?
Yeah.
Yes, right, yeah, exactly, like, I had all these classes. Maybe I want to do.
Yeah, exactly. Don't relax, don't get up.
Right.
Yeah, it's all too much.
And I like the synchro smiles too. The people.
Yeah, I did that too.
I did. It was just like 2 hours, but I torn cartilage in the knee and the whole left leg there seized. It was like a guardian response. So it was all just like basically this, just
Oscillating.
yeah, subtle movements.
Who was it with?
I can't even remember. It wasn't like I was there for all games. This was like just someone else running something. And I need to look it up again to remember exactly. Since then, I've been like, the hips are so shrinked up and so strong. Like you don't usually want to balance, except like this isn't really balancing, but it just feels. For me, it feels.
Yes.
Manipulating the fascia.
Right, yeah.
Getting into the areas where just stretching.
I was kind of like, even before you said sacral smile, I was like naturally going.
Yeah, it's that rotation, right?
Yeah, yeah. And like, usually when I do that pose, it's static, right? Like I'm not pulsating.
You're reading.
Yeah, you're reading.
Like splits. Warm up work too. It's like doing this at different
Oh, yeah.
like levels.
Yeah.
That, and then like
Yeah.
a lot of kind of moving back and forth and like pressing against like the resistance and then sinking in.
And this one. You just made this one. That's like the first place I'm gonna go when the United States listens up to us again.
Yeah. For sure.
What's that one?
It was the first, I think it was the first place that people had retreats in North America.
Yeah, it's the first, it was the birth of the self-help movement in North America. It's the first sort of spirituality, health-based movement. It's on the California coast in Big Sur.
Okay.
And it's sort of like they have sort of this little plateau above the ocean. They have like
There's a naked hot tub.
yeah, there's natural hot springs. It's like the nicest hot springs I've ever been to in my life. Although in the Azores, there's some pretty amazing hot springs as well. That's just there in September, but yeah.
The food is incredible.
Oh yeah,
But we can't go there now.
I think we can now. It just opened.
Yes, we can. Like, I guess we just have to get all the tests and then risk of the test coming back. Right, you have to get a COVID test.
Yeah, you do have to get the test.
I've been to the season.
You have it? How was you're not American?
No.
No, and what was your experience?
So you need to be fully vaccinated, to come back without like.
I think entering you don't need the test now, do you?
So you should go in, you do need the test unless they change your. And then you want to back. But they used to like test you at the airport and now it's just like a random test, like one in whatever.
And you have to show them that you got tested there, but what if you're positive, you have to stay there a week? See if you can prepare to do that, like that's what we're thinking about our retreat. It's like anybody who comes to Costa Rica with us, it's all well and good, but you have to get tested for a week, and if you test positive for any reason, even if you have no symptoms or anything, you have to be fully prepared.
Which is pretty unlikely if it's like a retreat full of fully vaccinated.
Way down low. Except you are going through airports.
And so.
Yeah, but like also everyone going through the airport is like vaccinated and like got tested.
I don't think
before
that's
they
true.
were-
That's not my report.
For the most part.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like, and everyone's wearing a mask, it's like a pretty, it's pretty unlikely that you'll get COVID. Especially because everyone's like, oh no, what if I have COVID, so they're extra careful.
I think Costa Rica is not, it's reasonably modern, so the idea of having COVID and having them hospitalized.
Yeah,
There's
that's
other
very
places.
well out there.
Nicaragua is like.
That's what I'm thinking about El Salvador.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah, right, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, all right.
My parents are saying though that, sometimes they'll fly you home.
Really?
Yeah.
Like
There are,
COVID flight.
The COVID part.
Perfect.
I don't know exactly how that all works. I think that might have just been wishful thinking.
I mean, that's gonna make sense to me,
Yeah,
but I don't know what's happening.
yeah. Yeah, it makes sense, but it's the execution.
Yeah.
Right? And how long does it take them to coordinate that? You know,
Yeah.
It could take a while, and then you're either better or you're not.
Better.
And if you're not,
Yeah. And who wants to be on the COVID flight anyway, especially if you don't have any symptoms. You imagine if you have to fly with people with COVID with symptoms, kind of such. Okay, great. Let's make sure we can hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Reposition.
Beauty. We're gonna do a couple postures seated. So if you feel as though your spine can use a little assistance to have a natural curve, please have a block or booster handy to elevate your hips above your knees.
How's that?
This is a very cool perspective. Perfect. Yeah, we're gonna start seated in easy posture. So looks like everyone is there. So I'd like for us to start eyes closed. Place your hands and your feet wherever feels most comfortable for you right now. We're just going to take a couple of minutes to scan the body and see how it is. It's only been a couple hours since some of you might have eaten. So I'd like to first draw your attention to your stomach and see how that's feeling with each breath. Just take the natural course of what your body telling you to breathe. Maybe it's on a deeper and lower level. Perhaps it's on a shallower, shorter. Just breathe into the sensations of what you feel in your stomach at the moment. If you've been breathing a little slower, maybe breathe a little faster. Faster, it's time. Slower. As your body settles in, I want to now draw your attention to the sensations on your skin, the